Can you guys hear me? Oh my gosh. Sorry, you guys. I'm having some problems here. Technical difficulties. Can you guys hear me? Let me know. Put a one in the comments if you guys can hear me, please. Oh God, thank you. I'm so sorry, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, good. I am so sorry, you guys. Something literally, I was live, but it was saying that my live wasn't scheduled. So I literally had to do the whole thing over again. That's so weird. Okay, thank God. Okay, good, good. Okay. I apologize. I apologize. That's not something that normally happens. Thank you so much for hanging in there with me. I genuinely apologize to keep you guys waiting. Yeah, it was saying that my live was, excuse me, it was saying that my live was scheduled. Here I am, and I'm literally talking. I'm talking, but I couldn't see anybody. I couldn't see anybody. That's weird. That's never happened to me before. But I know a lot of people have been saying they've been having trouble with StreamYard. So hello everybody. I'm sorry about that, but thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. I hope all of you beauties and handsome guys which are having an amazing, amazing Saturday. And I want to say welcome to all the new members. Or new member, whatever. I couldn't see anything. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. Welcome to the Glam Fam. So we're going to get right started because I had you guys waiting and I apologize for that. That's so weird. Okay. So you guys obviously know why we're here, why we're all gathered here today. Okay. It's been a crazy, crazy roller coaster of a ride. If you don't know me, by the way, my name is Teaya Symone. If you're new here, welcome. And if you're not new here and you're one of my regulars, thank you. I love y'all. Okay. So it's been a crazy, crazy ride. Oh, thank you, Mama of Six. Welcome to the Glam Fam. Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you. And I do also want to thank Molly for mentioning my live. That I do appreciate that. So thank you, Molly. I do think that this is going to be an important live because thus far, Without a Crystal Ball has literally been mostly posting on her Facebook about this situation. She really hasn't been. She never really made a YouTube video, but she actually just made one today. Normally it's been on Facebook, which we've all talked about why. So let me bring you up to this moment. Without a Crystal Ball, for those of you who probably already know, she's a journalist. Thank you, Anastasia. I appreciate that. I love your name, by the way, because Anastasia Beverly Hills is one of my favorite brands. Okay. Okay. Um, and thank you to my amazing mods. If you guys need me to slow down chat, I will. I'll just do it. But anyway, Without a Crystal Ball is a claim to be journalist that has a channel of like 245K people, huge platform. She does definitely have some good things about her. Um, she's very well spoken. Um, that's about it. Uh, she is very well spoken and she has she looks presentable when she's on camera. Um, you know, whatever. But anyway, she is a journalist who normally covers like the Duggars and things like that. But anyway, recently she chose to talk about this case that we are all so very interested in, so intrigued by, because it is such a complex case. It's such a very, very sensitive case. And she um, pretty much was on this case in the very beginning. She started, like, I think, maybe a day before I started talking about this case from the very, very beginning, when it first came out. So, Molly Golightly and Justice for All chose to collab with Without a Crystal Ball, and they collabed together, and I thought that was great. I thought it was great that so much exposure was going to be brought to this case. Now, Molly Golightly and Justice for All started talking about this case first, and then I think a couple days later, Without a Crystal Ball started talking about it, and they collabed. And I thought it was great because it was going to bring more exposure to the case. I was a part of the groups. I started a couple days after Molly and Justin as well. And when I found out about the case, I found exposing Dre McCray, exposing Slay with Dre McCray, and then I also found Justice for Vaughn. So I was in those groups when they were like 1,000, 2,000, when they first started, and now these groups are, they blew up. And literally, when I was in those groups, as soon as I seen Without a Crystal Ball was on it, I was happy that she was going to cover the case, because I'm like, wow, more exposure, that's great. However, when I'm in these groups, and regardless of who in the hell got the police report, as soon as I seen watermarks on the police report, I never said anything, like I never made a post about it in the groups, but I did express how I felt about Without a Crystal Ball when somebody asked why there was watermarks on the police reports. I remember making a comment like, of course, this is it. This, started going downhill from there, in my opinion, because that police report, anybody can have access to it. So what is the point of watermarking it? But it just shows you her character and who she is as a person. So once she watermarked the police report, I did make a comment to somebody and let them know, hoping everybody else would see it. But there were people in the beginning when they were in these groups that were very much speaking out about Without a Crystal Ball, people that knew her, that know how she rolls, trying to warn these groups. And I'm not going to lie, those people would be blocked. I think, obviously those groups, Justice for All and exposing Dre McCray, they wanted exposure. They didn't know how Without a Crystal Ball was. They didn't know her. Majority of these people that are on these Facebook groups, they may not be into YouTube like we all are. So people started getting blocked. They were being very nice to Without a Crystal Ball. However, I'm sure they wish they would have listened now. Okay. I'm sure they wish they would have listened. But we all have to learn things the hard way. And in their defense, I can understand why they wanted to, be nice and keep it drama free in their groups. But I think most of the people that were trying to warn them, they just had to find out for themselves. So they have found out. When Molly Golightly and Justice for All collabs with Without a Crystal Ball, the second red flag was Without a Crystal Ball. A source reached out to her about this case, gave her some audio. They gave Without a Crystal Ball some audio, and Without a Crystal Ball obviously said that this audio, her source was being very particular and only wanted this audio on her channel, nowhere else. Until this day, that audio is still on her channel, and it is a audio of Slay with Dre McCray and Vaughn, having an argument, and there's also text messages as well. Later on, we find out that her source wasn't particular. They just wanted to remain anonymous, because why wouldn't you want that audio out on everybody's channel? Why did it only have to be on your channel? Which shows you how she moves. Then things started being sensationalized and fabricated on Without a Crystal Ball's part. And I've been covering her coverage of this case ever since then. The fabrication, some things are lies, in my opinion, allegedly. And she just started doing the most. And I remember Molly Golightly, she had made a video and said, I can't confirm some of these things. I mean, Without a Crystal Ball was saying that, divulging information about the CPS and the rules that they made for Dre McCray. How would she know those things? So things started getting out of hand, and Molly Golightly and Justice for All, I feel like, respectfully parted ways without a crystal ball. And somewhere along the line, it started being a back and forth. Without a crystal ball started really putting some stuff out there. And then I feel like somewhere along the line, Letitia and her family chose to part ways without a crystal ball. Now, whatever Letitia's reasoning is for parting ways from without a crystal ball, it's her reasoning. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. She is a grown woman. She seems like a very beautiful woman inside and out. Therefore, if she wants to respectfully part ways without a crystal ball, she is well within that right. She has the right to set boundaries for herself, and none of that should be questioned. However, without a crystal ball, from that moment on, has literally been doing the most, in my opinion. And she's been going below the belt, referring to Letitia as the birth mom, and she's just doing too much. It's just too much. And ultimately, it brings us to this point. If a family doesn't want to work with you, that doesn't mean that you can't continue to talk about the case. If Letitia respectfully parts ways with you, then you can continue to talk about the case and do your thing. And Letitia is going to continue to fight for her son like she has been doing. And along this journey, obviously, till now, without a crystal ball, is definitely making some concerns about the GoFundMe. And to me, in my opinion, without a crystal ball in the beginning, gave Letitia a generous amount of money and then asked for a refund once Letitia decided to part ways with her. In my opinion, I don't think she has a right to talk about anything when it comes to money if you ask for your money back, okay? However, she has, like I said, been doing the most, talking about transparency when it comes to the GoFundMe, and I agree there should be transparency when it comes to the GoFundMe. However, the reason why I find it questionable now without a crystal ball is because why didn't you express these concerns to begin with? You know, in the beginning of this or even the middle, why are you expressing these concerns now that the family has chose to part ways with you? Which makes you look like you're salty, and it also makes you look sus. Okay? All of these concerns that you say that you have that everybody's bringing to you, I'm just saying, you call yourself a journalist, so that those concerns should have been expressed way before. And in my personal opinion, I feel like she wouldn't be doing this if she was still working close with the family. That's the way you made it look. That's the way you represented it as I'm looking, standing from the outside in. Even trying to look at things from her perspective, it's very hard to look at things from her perspective, because if you had those concerns, why did you wait until the family no longer wanted to communicate with you? Okay. So, as I said before, I may have said this yesterday, but in my opinion, when it comes to YouTube, I don't really trust without a crystal ball, because she did just do a recent video expressing all of her concerns. But when it comes to YouTube, I don't trust her, because even though it's under fair use and I would commentate under it over this video, I still know what type of person she is, and she would strike me because that's just the type of person she is. Hence as to why that audio is still on her channel and nobody else's. Unless somebody else listens to the audio and they have it on their channel, I have no idea. But like I said, you want to talk about transparency, that's fine. However, you asked for your money back. Okay? So to me, you asked for your money back, which shows your ulterior motives from the very beginning. Okay? Because why would you ask this woman for your money back? Like, to me, it's just, It's the whole thing is just disgusting. Okay, so I'm going to pull something up real quick. She calls Jessa Duggar to lose an Instagram sponsorship. Oh, really? You see, that's just horrible. It really is. Okay. Okay. So I'm waiting for something real quick, but that's okay. I'm going to bring up what she just recently put. So hold on one second. Do you guys need me to slow the chat? Okay. And also, another thing, too. Somebody just left me a message saying, I should be ashamed of myself. What about um, saying I should be ashamed of myself? What about Dre and her family? What about their feelings? What about what they're going through? Okay. So I want to respond to that real quick. I am not saying that I don't care about Dre or her family or her kids or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I think a lot of people care about Dre and her kids and are very, very much concerned. Her behavior is very concerning. Okay. But I'm not the one that put those videos out there. Dre put those videos out there and people are critiquing those videos. That's the risk you take when you become a creator who is as big as Dre. But you keep talking and saying, what about Dre and her feelings? Well, what about Letitia's feelings? What about Letitia's husband's feelings? What about Marvon Sr.'s feelings? What about his wife's feelings? What about their feelings? All feelings need to be taken into consideration. That's why I'm very careful about the things that I say because, in my opinion, I think Dre McCray needs help. Um, there's just things that she does that's just not right, in my opinion. Um, and it's just my opinion. We're all entitled to it. And even the kids, obviously, I feel like, the children sometimes you just need help. And it just seems like Dre's not the type of person that wants help, but sometimes you need it even when you don't know you do. So it's not about, excuse me, it's not about Dre and her feelings. It's about the kids, their feelings. It's about Letitia and her feelings. It's about Letitia's husband. It's about Marvon Sr. It's about his wife. They have feelings too. It's always exactly justice for all. And welcome. It's good to see you in here, Justice for All. It's good to see you guys all in here. Um, what about other people's feelings? My concern is for everybody's feelings. And when I pray, I not only pray for Vaughn and for him to open his eyes and praying for a miracle for Vaughn, but I pray for Letitia. I pray for her family. And I also pray for Dre and the children, most importantly. So it's not like people don't care about Dre's feelings. Some people might not, but I was a supporter of Dre for a very long time. Okay? A very long time. And it's very hurtful to see a lot of the things that she's done. Okay, you can't deny that. It's right in front of our faces. So, hold on one second. Let me slow the chat real quick. Okay, I slowed the chat. Okay, let me bring this up real quick. Okay, let me share my screen. It's good to see you all in here on this Saturday night. Okay, so let me bring this up. You guys are going to hear my kids in the background. Don't mind them. Somebody was telling me that if they come on panel, their kids would be in the background. I'm like, girl, my kids are always in the background. So don't even worry about that. Okay. All right. So as I've been talking about and kind of, debunking some of the things that Without a Crystal Ball has been saying, I feel like it's obviously one after another, one after another. It's continuous, and to me, I feel like that's turning into she's attacking this family now, and it shows. Like you can't just walk away, continue to cover the case, but now it's come to this point where she is constantly talking about that. Thank you so much for the PayPal. I don't want to say your name, but thank you so much. That means so much to me, you guys. I love you. Thank you. I never even promote that. So thank you so much. That means a lot. Okay. So anyway, we all know that she's been doing the most. And right now, I feel like she is talking about Letitia, and I guess she's expressing her concerns about just everything. It's the money mostly. That's mostly what she's talking about is money. But it's starting to get very, very sick, in my opinion, like obsessive, really obsessive. And that's just my opinion. So I'm going to read this to you guys. Okay. Let me make this bigger. If I can make it bigger. Can I make it bigger? Yes.
There were no red flags when he paid Brittany Phillips to handle.
I want to read this first. Okay. So on July 12th, Andrea McCrae's former admin, Brittany, aka Brittany, which of course, Without a Crystal Ball has no problem doxing people. I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't know if Brittany's last name is out there, but I will say that if your last name isn't out there, she will put your last name out there. So that's just her. Okay. But I'm not going to say it. So Brittany let me know she helped Letitia find an attorney. And Brittany claimed that she offered to help Letitia and had called over a dozen attorneys in Tucson to take the case. Brittany also claimed that she sat in the attorney meeting with Letitia with the attorney. She said the retainer was $4,000. Hours later, I received a message from her former friends for from former friends of Britney alerting me to this news report below from 2015. Britney was arrested for impersonating a divorce attorney and had at least 3 known victims. Police also accused her of identity fraud by using information she collected from the victims. Brittany was sentenced to prison. She was sentenced to 2 years. This is her third conviction for fraud. On July 12th, I confronted Brittany about her criminal history. She admitted to the conviction. I urged her to step out. She then told me that Letitia offered to pay her for helping her. She claims that she declined the offer. I reached out to Vaughn's stepmom to let her know. I also attempted to alert Letitia and received no response. Juanette said that Letitia cut ties with Brittany. However, Brittany remained involved with Letitia for days after I was tipped off about her fraud conviction. This is why I no longer wanted to donate any money to Letitia. I told Brittany her involvement would make the people doubt Letitia further. At present, Brittany is no longer involved, but she claims she told Letitia about her felony and Letitia still agreed to work with her. Okay. On July 13th, Brittany said she was done helping Letitia, but I found out later that it wasn't it wasn't until several days later that they cut ties. Most recently, Brittany was outed for faking cancer in a predator hunting community. Many people warned Letitia about Brittany. Initially, she didn't listen. Now they aren't working together. Okay. So let me start off by saying this. I played a video and I will play it again if I have to. I don't know who Brittany is, but I do know that I don't take anything that Without a Crystal Ball states as facts. Okay. Now, we already know that Without a Crystal Ball judges people for their past. I played you guys a video the day before yesterday where she blatantly said that, people who have felonies, they ruin their life, all that kind of stuff. Now, me personally, I don't feel, how is that your place to tell somebody that they need to remove themselves from a case? First of all, that's not your place. And just because you judge people for their past doesn't mean Letitia does, or Wynette does, or Molly does, or Justice for All does. Everybody's different and everybody chooses to align with who they choose to align with. And some people like to give others the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to take it to my brother. My brother um, has a very, very long criminal history. I'm not going to lie. My brother was, he got involved with the wrong crowd and he's made some mistakes. And now he is a outstanding member of society. He's doing great. He has a job. And because I have a brother, who has definitely had his fair share of running with the law, a lot of them were not fair. I'm not going to lie. He definitely experienced a lot of police brutality, racism, all of those things. However, he still has done crimes and he did his time for them. Now, I understand from a person's past, they do have to prove themselves. And my brother has gone above and beyond to prove he's not the same person that he is from the past. So I don't think it's fair to sit there and judge this woman regardless of what she's been through unless you have some kind of proof that she has had some type of recent behavior that coincides with her past. That's just my opinion. Everybody deserves the benefit of the doubt at least once. And if Letitia chose to associate with this woman, that's her choice. It doesn't mean that just because this woman has a past history of doing things that she does that in her present. That's the problem with people today. They always use people's past against them, and that's not fair. I believe everybody deserves the benefit of the doubt. And unfortunately, sometimes we learn the hard way, like we all learned the hard way when it comes to Without a Crystal Ball. Because at the end of the day, we've warned and warned and warned, but guess what? I've been warned about people too, and I had to learn the hard way. So the point is that it's not fair to judge this woman for her past unless you have facts to back up that she's done this in her present. That was all the way in 2015. Come on now. Who the hell do you think you are telling somebody that they need to back off from a case? That's not your place. That's just not your place. And who are you to tell Letitia who she shouldn't deal with or talk to? That's her choice. Not everybody thinks like you Without a Crystal Ball. Not everybody looks at things the same way you do. Some people deserve the benefit of the doubt. And just because you don't give people the benefit of the doubt doesn't mean other people aren't like that. Some people have compassion, they have empathy, and they understand that people have a past. Okay? Including yourself Without a Crystal Ball, including me, including Letitia. Everybody has a past, and no one deserves for their past to constantly be brought up. And I think even with my brother, when his past would constantly be brought up by people, especially people, that he loved, but, people that obviously didn't know him and things like that, when his past would constantly be brought up, I'm not going to lie to you, sometimes it would make him repeat that behavior. It would. And I'm talking about a long time ago. It would make him repeat that behavior because he looked at it like, well, you know what? I'm screwed anyway. I have a past. Everybody's always going to judge me for it. It shouldn't be like that. It never should be like that. Okay. Sorry if I'm missing comments, you guys. That is Letitia's decision to make, not KJ, no matter what it is. Absolutely. No, she goes to websites that force you to pay to get people's private info and uses the Freedom of Information Act and PACER, etc., to dox people. See, I don't agree with that. My brother has a past too. We do not speak. His decisions and whatever he's doing in his life has nothing to do with me. Absolutely. I agree. KJ and her DWI, shaking my head, getting behind the wheel and endangering everyone's life. I agree. And she has done that. And how would she like if people judged her for that constantly? That's you just don't do that. We all have a past. That's why it's called past, not present. Exactly. You can't hold people's past against them forever, or we would all be in trouble. Yep. We all make mistakes. Thank you for saying that, Teaya. I'm a felon, and I've completely turned my life around, and it makes me really sad that people will use another person's past against them. Amen. Amen. Doesn't KJ have a DUI? She sure does. Mom is mom. My mom, my cousin, my ex, but don't trust him, my son's grandma, all except I have been a better example and workaholics than most people I know. I held it against my mom, but it was clear she was better. Exactly. Okay, Justice Fro. Did like this KJ from the word go with MGL and Justin, but I kept it to myself. She gave me some vibes. Glad I didn't waste my time on her. I understand that. Some people gave her a chance. Some people didn't. KJ definitely has no right to say anything about someone else's parenting, considering she spent more time on social media and digging into others' past and spending time with her child. Exactly, J. Marie. We all have a past. We grow and move on. I am. Yep. Teaya, you're absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Thank you for putting KJ out there. She needs stopped. Oh, thank you so much, Rachel. And it's really not about like, oh, thank you for the super chat, Jilly. Not safe. Not safe share stirs on YouTube. It's sad. No one does nothing to her. And if you don't got channel, hard to know. This about lots of haters. I agree, Jilly. And that's the thing. Like, I don't know if Brittany has a channel. But what I do know is, like I said, I'm going to continue to debunk these types of things. I understand that people have a past, and there are some people who repeat their past. I'm not going to lie, but at least try to give people a chance. And you are not, and that just kind of shows you her whole mindset when she walked into this case, you guys. That kind of shows you like what she thought. Like, you can come in and tell somebody you need to step away from this case. Who are you to tell somebody to step away from the case? All because you judge somebody for their past, and it's not right. You're a very cold-hearted person. Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth, Yvonne. She deserves every cent, and I even converted from CVA to USD. Oh, that's wonderful, Jill. That is wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to bring up something else. So hold on real quick. Okay, let's go. Okay, so this I didn't know. I had no idea. How come you can't just click on something and then it just, comes up? I don't understand that. Okay, so I wanted to read this because I think it's very important. Because, first of all, I did not know these groups were gone, but it says Justice for Vaughn is back now. The group is no longer public and has gone private. Which I didn't know they were gone, but whatever. I would like to encourage admins in this group to stop blocking questions about endless fundraising. Please stop preventing discussions about the entire situation. Please start posting about awareness. Please stop using the group as a launching point to harass people that have questions or want answers. Please stop alienating Dre's fans who have valid questions and aren't haters. Justice for Vaughn is a group that is pushing a narrative that Dre is evil and Vaughn's family is good. They completely forget that Dre and the kids are Vaughn's family, regardless of what they think. This is probably going to make you guys mad, but don't worry. I hate that when my allergies do this. Okay. Every night, you guys. Okay. They completely forget that Dre and the kids are Vaughn's family, regardless of what they think of Dre. They've encouraged the harassment of Andrea, but refuse any questions about Vaughn's estranged family. They claim to be Vaughn's voice with literally no clue what Vaughn wants. No one speaks for Vaughn. No one is Vaughn's voice. Absolutely no one knows what he wanted or how he will feel about this situation. If you care about Vaughn, give this man dignity. Stop leading a crusade of hate. Stop silencing opposing views. Be objective. First post back a request for all of Dre's criminal information because it's relevant for AS attempts. However, Vaughn's estranged family's criminal history is not relevant. I am not Team Dre. I am Team Dignity for Vaughn. The circus that Justice for Vaughn is created is not dignity. It's disrespectful of all parties. It's okay to harass Andrea at her lowest point because she's evil, but it's not okay to ask questions about his estranged family. Questions are called harassment and bullying. Yet, this movement was bullied. Yet this movement has bullied Andrea off the internet. I don't believe in silencing any voices. None of you know what's going on with Vaughn, and you won't know because the one person that does know wants nothing to do with you. dignity for Vaughn. Oh, okay. So now you're changing it. Okay. So both groups have been archived temporarily. No one's hiding. No one's been scammed. No one has shut us down. We done this on our own. We feel everyone needs a little break. Please don't take rumors and run with them. We are going to take this time to clean up a little. Hope you all have a great Friday. And that is what I'm assuming, either Justice for Vaughn. Yeah, it's Justice for Vaughn. I don't have to like someone in order to use the information. I only care if it's factual and can be backed by documents or identifiable source. Please do not argue about any information posted in the comments. If you see something that you think is incorrect, comment with the correct sourced information. If information is posted and you find a contradicting video post, please post the contradicting information as well. It will be very helpful to keep track of the times Dre has contradicted her own narrative. These are probably all the rules that the groups maybe changed or whatever, but let's talk about that for a second, because I think that's important to talk about. That's what I'm saying. Let's go back to this. Okay, in my opinion, okay, I personally think that, let me see what we do. In my opinion, I personally think that it's very blatantly obvious that Without a Crystal Ball is gravitating more to Dre's side. She keeps saying, I'm not Team Dre. I'm not Team anyone. I'm Team Vaughn. I disagree. I think that this is her way of trying to ease her way onto Dre's side. It only makes sense if you can't work, or how does it, this is how you look at it. If you can't beat them, join them. Hey, Robbie. It's good to see you, boo. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'll keep it like this for a while. If you can't beat them, join them. That's how I look at it. I think that the only reason why she's doing that is because she's gravitating more to Dre. We obviously can see that, right? You guys can see that, right? So now you're talking about these groups. Now you're sitting here and you are literally saying that these groups are biased and that the information is more towards, you're basically saying that these groups are hate groups. And thank you, Amber. Thank you, guys. You guys are so sweet. You're calling these groups hate groups. These are not hate groups, not in my opinion. But that's not what you were saying in the beginning Without a Crystal Ball. You were all for all of this information. Make sure all of this information is out. You wanted to get Letitia attorneys. You were so enthusiastic about getting Letitia attorneys. I can pull up these videos of where you are talking about and praising these groups, but now these groups are bad and they're harassing, they're causing harassment towards Andrea. How is it harassment? I'm sorry. Now, I don't know if some people are harassing, and if you do, don't ever do that. But if you are critiquing a video, the same things that Without a Crystal Ball has done, how is that harassment? That's not harassment. That is being a creator, or if you have a channel. I just don't understand how you can go so drastically from one opinion to the other. It doesn't make any sense, and I hope that people are seeing this for what it is, because this is seriously the most, in my opinion, obsessive behavior that I have seen from Without a Crystal Ball, in my opinion. However, some of you guys know more about her than I do, so I'm sure she's like this with every case she covers. I mean, go on her channel and look at how many videos she has about the Duggars. Over 700 videos about them. So I guess that kind of shows her motive. Thank you, Sparkle. You guys are so sweet. KJ is infamous for changing her own narrative. She called Dre AM. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She called Dre AM when on panel with Molly and Justice. Tried disagreeing with her on any of her platforms. She will block you every time. That's what I'm saying. You went from calling this lady, and nobody else has called her this. You went from calling this lady the M word to now people are promoting others to harass her. Are you serious? This is not harassment, in my opinion. Okay. And let's be real here. If you want to call this harassment, which it's not, but okay, let's look at it in KJ's eyes. If you want to call this harassment, okay, so you are the one who incited the harassment, because this all started with more people knowing about this case when you talked about it without a crystal ball. Like, the drastic change. So basically, are you going to go back and retract everything that you have said about Dre? Everything that you critiqued, all of the audios that you put out about Dre, and you, for goodness sakes, there's an audio only on your channel of them arguing, and you breaking it down and saying how Dre is and all this kind of stuff. So now that stuff is out the window. It doesn't matter. Did you delete those videos? Like, for real. Dre is a public figure on social media, open herself to people's opinions. Exactly. This is not something that we are just creating obliviously in our head. Dre is the one who made these videos. She's the one who chose to let the outside world into her life by filming her life. So therefore, we're allowed to critique it. Just like if I do, just like if anybody does, or just like if Say Robbie does, anybody who has a channel and opens up their life to the outside world you're going to be critiqued. Look at the Ace family. Look at all of these vlogging channels. Like, it is what it is. I will never forget when she made one of her former subscribers feel like I remember that. That's one of the reasons why I stopped. I didn't want anything to do with her after I seen that, for sure. For sure. Okay, I'm going to bring up one more thing. Hold on one second. No, no audio yet. I have to pull it up. So whenever I pull it up, I always put it on mute so you guys won't hear the clicking noise. Okay. So I want to show you guys something really quick. Okay. So this is from Brittany, of course. Without a Crystal Ball doesn't edit out anything. Um, so I really want to read a little bit of this. So it says, and I'll give you guys context. It says, no, it shouldn't. And it has pissed me off so much that people have made it that way. And sitting there calling his mother a scammer has made me even more mad. Who is the attorney? I really don't want to give them out just yet because the lawyer asked us not to until it becomes public record because she doesn't want her phone blowing up until she has been able to prepare for the petition of the case and all that stuff. So I want to talk about these messages that Without a Crystal Ball put on her channel and the video. Okay. I'm going to try to break down this video the best way that I can because basically this is her asking Brittany about the attorney and all of that kind of stuff. And this is Brittany not giving KJ any kind of information. And I feel like from Brittany's perspective, she doesn't want to give KJ any information. She doesn't have to give KJ any information. But do you see how it almost seems like she's demanding of her to give the information, if that makes sense? Like I feel like the entitlement that this woman, just the entitlement of her is so disgusting. Nobody owes you anything. Nobody has to give you anything. Nobody has to give you information. You can't tell somebody to get off a case. Okay? You can't do that. And I'm going to commentate on one part of this because I feel like it's very important. You're sitting here talking about how you pulled back. First of all, you never pulled back Without a Crystal Ball. They are the ones who stopped communication with you. You didn't stop communication with them. You tried to reach out to them. You've said that many, many of times. But yet here you are talking about this is what put up a red flag and this is why I had questions and blah, 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 blah. That's not it. The reason why you're doing that is because you don't want to look like you had anything. How do I put this without being rude? Okay, so you want to make it look like you parted ways with them, with Letitia and the family, because obviously that makes you look better. That makes you look like the shiny victim when we know that you're not anything but. Now, I don't know if Brittany has a channel. Okay. If any of you guys know if Brittany has a channel, please drop it in the comments below. But why are you attacking this woman when she doesn't have a channel? Why are you attacking? These are not creators. Letitia, her family, all of these people, like, yes, we're critiquing Dre, she's a creator, but you are attacking all of these people who are not creators. They're not. Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring something else up. Okay, so we all remember these screenshots because we all remember, including Without a Crystal Ball, because she had a very, very strong opinion about this in the beginning. We all remember when Andrea reached out to Letitia. Okay. So this was probably maybe 3 weeks ago. Um, Dre McCray reached out to Letitia, and it says, in effort to reduce the danger you put me and my family in, I'm reaching out to you to offer you the opportunity to see Marvin. I've always offered to communicate with you should you reach out and inquire about my husband, and that offer still stands. Okay, so Without a Crystal Ball is saying, now saying, this is not what she was saying when these initially came out, but now she is saying that Letitia, this is the narrative that she's trying to paint. Letitia had a chance to see Vaughn. All she had to do was apologize publicly. Okay. So therefore, there wouldn't have to be any GoFundMe's or anything like that. Without a Crystal Ball is basically saying if she cared about Vaughn, then she would have apologized to Dre. Now, when these messages first came out, to me, in my opinion, that's bullcrap. Because I'm saying the same thing that I said when these messages came out. Letitia did not do anything publicly but defend herself against Dre. That's all she did. Because you have to understand, Dre did not contact the family when Letitia's son is laying in a hospital bed fighting for his life. She did not contact the family on such a obviously very, very major situation that she should have reached out to the family. The family found out on social media. Okay. So the only thing that Letitia did was defend herself against the things that Dre was saying publicly. Because once Letitia and the family found out that he was in the hospital, the only way that they can do is go on social media and say, what is going on? You're posting all of these videos, okay, with your husband laying there in a coma, asking people to take selfies of you and talking about how cute your dress is while your husband's in the background in a hospital bed. And that is the way your husband's family is finding out that he is in a critical state. All Letitia did was defend herself. So my opinion still stands. I don't think that Letitia should have had to apologize to her. Letitia didn't dox her or put her family in danger. What happened was there were groups that were defending Letitia because she deserved to be defended. Dre should have contacted the family. Letitia did not put Dre's life in danger. Dre put her own life in danger. Because when you are going public and talking about your husband has a brain injury and you're taking selfies in front of your husband while he's in the background fighting for his life, all of those types of things, eventually somebody's going to take notice and have a problem with it because you are a public figure. Letitia didn't start these groups. These groups were started for Letitia, in defense of Letitia. So therefore, how is Letitia putting your life in danger? So basically, all I'm saying is that I don't feel like Letitia owed Dre a public apology. If anything, I feel like Dre owed Letitia a public apology. And that's just my opinion. She should have reached out to the family. She should have put her pride aside and at least contacted the family about something so serious as this. And she didn't. Marvon's family should not have had to find out by social media that he was in a coma. So Dre blaming that all on Letitia, to me, is bullshit. So Letitia did not apologize to her. And I don't blame her. She shouldn't have to apologize. She shouldn't have to negotiate and apologize publicly to see her own child. She shouldn't have to do that. Okay. This is Letitia's response. And she said, Hi, Dre. Thanks for reaching out to me. Your family's safety is very important to me. I would never do anything to jeopardize that. I would love to see my son. I would love to put any differences aside and move forward and put what's more important at the forefront. Marvon. Please, I pray this message is real, and I will make arrangements as soon as I can to confirm I will be allowed to see him, as I have attempted to see him once and would have to make arrangements for travel and stay. Please let me know what I can do to take the next step in seeing him. Thank you. Absolutely. That's exactly what I would have said, but I would not have apologized to her. Not in my opinion. And I feel like Letitia made the right decision by not apologizing to her publicly, because Letitia didn't do anything to Dre. And no matter what Letitia did do to Dre, in Dre's eyes, Dre should have put her differences aside and let Letitia see her child. Period. In a position like that. So that is another narrative that Without a Crystal Ball keeps running and taking off with, and saying that Letitia had a chance to see Vaughn. All she had to do was apologize. That is not how it works. It's basically a blackmail. Exactly, Taylor. It's basically a blackmail. Like, okay, the only way, and that just shows you how controlling Dre is. The only way, and that's just my opinion, the only way that you can see your son is if you make a public apology. No, it's not about doxing or putting her family's life in danger. It's about damage control, because she knew that people were starting to see things. Dre did. She knew people were starting to see things for what they truly are. And what they truly are was, and in my opinion, Dre was in the wrong. So quit taking off with that narrative and saying that Letitia, all she had to do was apologize. No, that's not how it works. And that's not what you were saying in the beginning Without a Crystal Ball when those messages were sent. You were saying the same thing as everyone else. Oh, Dre's trying to blackmail Letitia. Why should Letitia have to apologize to her? But of course, now your tune has changed. In my opinion, you are harassing this family at this point. It's becoming obsessive, in my opinion. And I'm entitled to my opinion. You can't just walk away and leave them alone. Okay. All kinds of things I got to pull up, you guys. I'm going to debunk everything. I will check my email right now, too. Hold on, let me check it real quick. Um, Sometimes my email comes in spam. I don't know why. Wow. That's crazy. Like it's never ending with her.
are practicing this specific area, and why you would call 70 attorneys doesn't even make sense. And then she said there was only 2 or 3 that would take it. I'm assuming there was probably less than that because most attorneys don't take cases that they can't win unless they're unscrupulous and they just want money. But most attorneys ethically don't take cases that don't have a shot. And I just know in my own experience, that's just how it works. Most attorneys don't want to waste your time. And if there's some that will literally just take your money, but that's not the norm, in my experience. And 70 attorneys, really? And then it was 15 attorneys. So the number changed from 70 to 15. So, and then the retainer always stayed the same at $4,000, which again is weird. And then having to send a cashier's check, not uncommon. Someone was said, I don't think that's common. Some attorneys aren't online and they don't do online payments, which is weird. I had an attorney in Seattle that did not accept electronic stuff. So I too had to send cashier's checks, which was weird. But most attorneys will do stuff online. Another thing that Letitia said that was a red flag to me was that the attorney said it would be aggravating for her to try to set up a trust for her client. Not true. Setting up a trust is super standard with just literally every case. So what a retainer actually is it's a fund that is set up for the client, and then they draw from the retainer. And then once the retainer is actually exhausted, then they start billing you hours.
We don't need you to tell us what an attorney is. I want you guys to see a little bit of this, but we don't need you to tell us what a retainer is. We already know everything about a retainer. But the point is that why are you still talking about this case? Why don't you just leave this family alone?
So with the $4,000, they will take that as their beginning of their contract. And that's technically a trust. So all they would have to do is allow people to pay into the trust. So it shouldn't aggravate an attorney that people want to help pay for a client. And that happens all the time in cases where people can set up a trust if people want to help with legal fees. For instance, the Sophie Long case where Michael Long told everyone that Sophie was sexually abused by his ex-wife. She set up a specific trust with her attorney, and you could actually pay the attorney directly. He actually had a link set up on his website where you could make payments directly to the attorney or her account. So super easy to do for an attorney, especially in this case, if they're practicing civil law. If they're practicing civil law, it's not a hard thing to do. So that was another red flag that actually raised some concern for me. Then on August.
So here's the point, okay? Why is she going so hard to prove to everyone that she thinks this is a scam, this whole entire thing? Why does she keep doing live stream after live stream, posting messages, all of this private things that people talk to? People always say things when they're private. Okay, everybody says stuff in private, whatever. But the point is that why is she going through all of this just to prove that everything in this case is a scam? First off, Vaughn is a grown man and it's up to the judge, not an attorney. She could file for guardianship on her own if she wanted. The judge will order anyone he deems better. Exactly. That's you are 100% right, Sandy. Just because just because Dre has power of attorney. First of all, power of attorneys are different from state to state. They differ, for one. And for two, she can a power of attorney, a judge can order for somebody else to take over a power of attorney. Like, that's obvious. Everybody knows that. A judge can order that. She's acting as though the judge, there's no possible way that the judge would order for Dre McCray not to be power of attorney. And that's not true. If a judge thinks that someone is incompetent and cannot handle the life decisions of someone, they will give power attorney to someone else. But literally since the past, I'm going to say 2 weeks, Without a Crystal Ball has been doing live after live, post after post. Even now, she posted a YouTube video. Normally, she keeps it on Facebook, all to prove that this is a scam. Why are you going so hard for something that you are no longer a part of? You asked for your money back. You got your money back. So therefore, why do you keep talking about it? That's my question.
July 14th, she told Molly that they had filed emergency paperwork and it was already been filed and they were waiting for a judge. That was on July 14th. That was a text message that Molly read on July 15th on her channel. So she said, yes, we have filed these documents. We're just waiting on a judge to sign them. Then last week she said we didn't file any paperwork and we didn't need to.
You are a very, very evil person. You are so evil. Okay? Like, I can't even, I can see it in your eyes. All of this is literally because this family no longer, like, you're being relentless at this point, in my opinion. You're going the extra mile to prove that in your eyes, first of all, not everything is what it seems, and you don't know everything in the in and outs of what's going on because nobody is communicating with you anymore. So you don't know. And just because things may not have been said publicly, you don't know what's going on privately without a crystal ball. You don't know. Now, I agree. The only thing I agree with you is transparency. And as long as there is transparency happening, there's nothing that you can say because at the end of the day, you don't know what's being talked about privately. You don't know. It's all about, right. Who said that? She can't handle rejection. I agree because literally you're going on and on and on about this. And if you have so much concerns, why do you have concerns about a case that you're no longer a part of, that you said you don't want anything to do with, that you were done talking about, but yet you're going above and beyond? It's suspect to me because at the end of the day, you are blaming Letitia for this. You are blaming Letitia and insinuating that she is a scam artist. And you have no proof to back that up. You just don't. You can't make those type of accusations without some kind of facts to prove it. And just because something was said on this date and something was said on that date, that doesn't mean that it's true. Meaning, if it was said on this date, okay, it was said on that date. If it was said on that date, okay, it was said on that date. You don't know what's going on in between those dates because you don't talk to anybody privately anymore to know.
Because we came to a conclusion with Dre. So she did file on the 14th and then she didn't file. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is that because Brittany lied to people and told them that she filed documents for them when she didn't. That was part of her charge. So she would tell people she was filing stuff for them and then she would just never file them. And so people.
You are talking about a charge that happened in 2015 without a crystal ball. 2015. This is 2022. Like, do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound?
People would think things were filed and then they were never filed. So whether she believes it was filed and Brittany told her it was filed, I don't know. Whether Brittany was playing the attorney, I don't know. I just know that she went to prison for it. And I also know that she faked cancer in the predator hunters community not long ago. So there's that.
Now, see, here's the thing. Do you have proof to back up that she faked cancer? I didn't see that in your recent video. Do you have proof of that? Because at this point, and I'm not even talking at this point, throughout your entire career here on YouTube, you have been caught in so many lies. That is hence to why you have 2 active lawsuits. Okay. So therefore, why would anybody believe what you have to say? This is you trying to put doubt in people's minds and for them to think the way that you think. But not everybody thinks the way that you think without a crystal ball. Just because you hold people's past against them does not mean that other people are like that. And at the end of the day, you are doing this to a family. You're doing this to a family who is fighting right now to do what's in the best interest of her child. And you literally can't just turn and walk away and leave people alone. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Brittany's past is relevant in this situation because she actually went to prison for impersonating an attorney, and she's inserting herself into a situation where someone needs an attorney. So that's pretty relevant.
No, it's not relevant without a crystal ball because that was in 2015. Everybody can change. It's not relevant. That's probably why people are asking you, what is the relevancy of this? Because it's not. It's not relevant. Now, if it was something recent, like a few years ago, okay, I can see people looking at her sideways. But because this happened all the way in 2015, that's always that's like your MO. That's what you do. You dig up people's past and you use it against them constantly. But you don't like it when people use your past against you. All of a sudden you're a victim and people are doxing you and people are attacking you, people are harassing you. But when you do it to others, it's because you're doing your job. There's something else I have to show you guys of all of the information that Without a Crystal Ball has put out there. Okay. So it says in recent posts, someone in comments mentioned play, or is it pay to play? In the story regarding Vaughn McCrae, others commented about having to have permission to share parts of the story. In my experience with the admins of the group, I was frequently told not to share anything without the permission or blessing of Letitia. When I obtained the police report, I gave a heads up to Eve, an admin that was a fake account and has now disabled their account. Eve told me that the admins were refusing to approve posts by me without Letitia's approval. I showed them proof that I was given permission by Letitia to share the information. The admin still did not approve my post. Over time, I found it harder and harder to report on the situation because several posts I made were met with admins demanding I delete the post. The admins did not want me posting or a text message that Letitia sent me where Dre told Letitia she could see Vaughn. I had asked Letitia for permission to share what she provided me on the phone call, including text messages, and she agreed. These texts were posted on July 7th or 8th before they made public in the group by one of the admins. They released them a few days later. When I posted that message, people began questioning if Letitia was really banned from the hospital, so I removed the post. At their request, Letitia also messaged me and said she would prefer I remove the post. I complied. The admins were very closely controlling what information was put out and would not allow anything that didn't fit the story that they wanted out. In my opinion, I believe they were doing this with the intentions of trying to protect Letitia. I don't think they had bad intentions. Unfortunately, this only allowed one side of the story to be told. I stopped communicating with the admins over time because I felt they were trying to micromanage my platform. I want to share everything I have for full transparency. I also want to make clear that it is not typical to have to donate to interview anyone. It is not typical to have to ask for permission to report on a public story. It is not typical for admins speaking for the family to ask for content to be removed on a platform they do not control. There were more among many of the red flags that made me start to look at both sides of the situation. Okay, first of all, you should have looked at both sides of the situation from the very beginning. Okay, that's what a reporter is supposed to do. So there's no excuse for that. So these text messages are from Eve, and it says, "Can you let me know when you do so I can put it right in our group, or are you in there and you can post it there too?" Oh my God, we knew it. What a effing lie. B, the police tried to see him. I don't even swear, but I'm so pissed. Oh my God, her story doesn't make sense. He had an abrasion on his left arm and burns around his neck. Unbelievable. She has so many people fooled. Now you see here, right here, her story doesn't make sense. He had an abrasion on his left arm and burns around his neck. His story doesn't make sense. Okay? That's what you've always said from the very beginning until now without a crystal ball. You're actually telling on yourself, putting out all these personal messages, DMs out here. That's fair. His mom had a hard time getting the report. Police cannot deny the media. Personally, I don't care where it comes from. I just want to get it out there. Yes, me too. Okay, so do you guys see something? Do you notice something here that's just a little bit off? There's only certain parts of the text of the DMs that are showed, for one. And why is it cropped? Where's the date? The time? Where are all those things that are supposed to be on here? It looks like it's very cropped and edited, doesn't it? And the mom is okay with all of this, I'm assuming. Yes, we spoke at length about this and how to handle this because I don't want to hurt them. You don't want to hurt them. Oh my gosh. You don't want to hurt them, KJ. But yet you still keep hurting them continuously. Oh my gosh. What a hypocrite you are. You're such a hypocrite. Let's continue. Okay. What do you need from us? Anything? We're here to help in any way we can. Give me a few, and once I post, I'll just ask you to share. Okay. Where's the rest of the message? This is cropped. This is cropped. Admins are not in agreement with me posting this. They want to confirm that Letitia gave her blessing. So I reached out to her just to get her to say it so I can get them to relax. Yes, I have her blessing. That will be in the post. I fully believe you. They're refusing to allow me to share it to the group. I'm shocked until we hear from Letitia. I don't know. I think they want to release it. I'm talking now to the other admins in the groups, Justice for Vaughn and Exposing Dre, and they are waiting to hear from Letitia. I'm sorry, I'm trying my hardest to convince them. You can tell them that I have her permission. I did. Well, you see, you saying that, people can't go by your word. So they don't know if you didn't show her any proof that you have Letitia's permission. So that's probably why they didn't. You can see we spoke for 2 hours. Oh, okay, so you're showing them that she spoke for 2 hours. That still does not mean that she gave permission. I'm getting pissed, to be honest, at them. Well, you definitely posted. I also run the Ultimate Deception page. So I'm gonna post it even if these girls won't post it in their group. Where's the rest of the message? And nobody can read that. So that down there. Well, I can't right now because wait a minute. That's as far as it's going to go. Whatever. Okay. She is afraid it's another trap. I know. Well, if I was her, I would just go heavily armed with my family members, all roll in there together. She also said it's obvious damage control at this point. Right. Very apparent. Where's the rest of the message? Where's the date? Very apparent. I have audio of Letitia calling the hospital that I'm going to release. Okay, yes, I did hear that as well. I can't remember when. I think she must have played out for me a while back. I forgot all about that. I'm getting pissed, to be honest, at them. They are being more protective of Letitia than they need to be. Hopefully Letitia answers me. Okay, obviously this group wasn't playing about their Letitia. They were being protective. What's wrong with that? That's a good thing. She's going through enough. So they're trying to protect her. They're trying to protect, her getting her feelings hurt in any way, by comments that people may put. They're just trying to protect her, and I respect them for that. So, yeah. I'm talking now to the other admins in the groups, Justice for Vaughn and Exposing Dre McCray. They're waiting to hear from Letitia. I'm sorry. I'm trying to my hardest. Wait a minute. Are these repeats? Not sure why they're. Wait a minute. You're kind of posting a lot of the same things. Not sure why they are bucking up against this. Why? Letitia is not the one that worries about her son's story being exploited. What? Letitia is not the one that worried about her son's story being exploited. She wants her son's story to be heard. They're refusing to allow me to share it to the group. I'm shocked until we hear from Letitia. Can you let me know when you do so I can put it right in our group? Or are you in there and you can post it there too? Oh my God, we knew it. Okay. We already seen this. The police tried to see him. Where's the rest of these messages? Because we don't know the context. We don't know what you're saying. You're literally posting what you want to fit your narrative without a crystal ball. I don't even swear. Her story doesn't make sense. He had okay, we've seen that. That's fair. His mom had a hard time getting the report. Police cannot deny the media. Okay, I think these are all repeats. Okay. Okay, so what's the point of posting all of these messages? Do you guys see the narrative that she's trying to paint, and why are some messages cropped, some are not? Some are halfway shown, some are not. So how are we supposed to believe anything that you say? That's not giving the information, in my opinion. Like, you're showing private messages, and your whole logic, I guess, to this is that the group was trying to paint their own narrative and they were too protective over Letitia. Okay, but shouldn't they be protective over Letitia? Shouldn't they want to get her approval before they post anything in the group? The groups were made for Letitia. They were made for Letitia so people, could help her, could show her support emotionally. You know what I'm saying? Because she was going through a lot. She couldn't see her own child. She was being kept away from her own child. So, of course, the groups are going to be protective over her, right? She doesn't remember things she says or types 5 minutes after she hits send. It no longer exists in her mind. I agree. Hey, Magician's Manor. Hey, Llama Girl. How are you? Hey, everybody who just came in. Hey. So you showing these DMs basically is you saying that they were protective over Letitia. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with them wanting to get her approval before they post in the group? There's nothing wrong with that. That's all that is them just being, making sure that she doesn't see anything that hurts her, that nothing's being posted that hurts her, and that's normal. That's normal. And I think that's great that the groups chose to protect Letitia. I respect that. She needs protecting, in my opinion, because of everything that she's going through, and especially what she's going through now, and how she's being dragged through the mud and being made to look like she's this big time scammer, and she's working with these big time scammers, without a crystal ball, going out of her way to, slander this family. In my opinion, I feel like Letitia should be protected, especially if the group was started because of them. Yeah, we're blocking them. Sometimes people just do that. How can people send a screen recording, you guys? Do you guys know? You can send it through maybe Facebook? I'm not sure. Or email. Or maybe email? Yeah, they're already gone. Yeah. You guys probably just see that I'm going to say what I've been saying. Remember that Vaughn was recently super happy talking to his family. Dre was visibly about it, but he was so happy. He loved his family. He did. He was a very family oriented man, regardless of what Without a Crystal Ball says and how he's estranged from his family. I 100% disagree with that. I think, he talked to his family 2 weeks prior to this happening, and I think he was really, really excited to build a more solid, better relationship with them. And regardless of what Without a Crystal Ball says, I'm going to do the best that I can to call her out on this. But at the end of the day, we all know the truth. Now, I don't know anything about the money or the GoFundMe or anything like that. That's more stuff that she's talking about. But in my opinion, because she asked Letitia for her money back, I just feel like that should have been the end for her. And she should have just walked away and either continued to talk about this case, or she could have just, whatever. But she didn't have to take it this far and drag this family like this when this family literally did nothing to her. Nothing. And if you think that Letitia is a scammer or whatever, you're entitled to think that. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But to me, when you publicly basically are insinuating or calling people scammers, you should have proof to back that up. And she has no proof. Not in my opinion. But I don't know anything about the GoFundMe and what's going on with that. I have no idea what she's talking about. You can send screen record in message or email. Okay, thank you, Tammy. Is it Timmy? She doesn't. She does not have any idea what she's talking about. No idea whatsoever. So I'm going to open up the panel. So I'm just going to put maybe email. Okay. Saw that video where Jay said Vaughn was crying for his mom, but Dre downplayed it as saying he was crying for his grandmother, allegedly. Right. Thank you, Nancy. These messages don't prove anything she's claiming. It doesn't. It doesn't prove anything, but what she's trying to say is these groups are basically trying to paint their own narrative, and they don't want to put out all of the story, but only Letitia's side of the story. But here's the thing. I feel like we know Dre's side of the story. Dre, and we just went over this a few days ago, Dre went public, did a live stream, and told her side of the story as far as when it comes to Letitia and her thoughts on Letitia. All Without a Crystal Ball is doing is taking everything, twisting it, turning it, flipping it upside down, everything, and then serving it up as a piece of shit. That's just my opinion. That's all she's doing. Like, you cannot go around making these kind of accusations without any solid proof. And now what you're doing is just putting out all of this private information to fit your narrative. And your narrative is trying to turn everyone against Letitia and her family because they didn't want to associate with you. Now tell me how high school that sounds. Doesn't that sound high school? Oh, you don't want nothing to do with me? Well, I'm just going to call you out and talk about you and make you feel like you're nothing. Nothing. Because the point is can we acknowledge Letitia's feelings and how she feels about Without a Crystal Ball, the things that she's saying when she never said these things in the beginning? And it sucks. It sucks when you warn somebody about somebody and then you have to sit there and watch them get hurt by this person that people tried to warn them about. However, all you can do is call that person out and make sure that people know that this person that is spreading all of these false narratives and doing whatever she can to hurt Letitia, all you can do is continue to bring awareness on it. Just like bringing awareness on anything else, it's important to bring awareness on this too, because this is not the first time this has happened with Without a Crystal Ball, and it damn sure is not going to be the last. And to be honest with you, it's going to happen more and more with every case that she chooses to cover besides the Duggar, excluding the Duggars. It's going to happen more and more because the more people spread awareness about Without a Crystal Ball's behavior, the more people are not going to want to work with her. You keep talking about everyone else's past behavior. What about your past behavior without a crystal ball? When are you going to hold yourself accountable for your past behavior and stop repeating the same patterns over and over and over again? You always want to talk about somebody else's past. What about your past? And how have you changed from your past? You haven't, because you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. How many people are you going to hurt? That's what I want to know. Mind you, it's their son, family lashing in the bed in a coma. You're attacking the victim's family. Who does that? Exactly. This is a family that has a child who is in a coma fighting for his life, and you are only worried about your freaking own feelings and your bullshit vendetta that you have against them because they don't want to work with you. That's it. I'm waiting for an audio, you guys. So hold on one second here. No, not yet. I haven't dropped the link yet, but I will. Yeah, you're probably going to have to try 2 separate ones because for some reason, I don't know why it wouldn't work with email. Huh.
You live?
Yeah.
Right.
You say it, Teaya. I'm glad you're speaking about KJ. Why does she care? We are supporting Letitia. Leave us be. Email has a size. Email has file size limits. Try Facebook Messenger. Okay, I think she sent it through there. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so let me see here. I'm going to drop the link. It's so crazy when people want information out there, you guys. And, you know, people have a right to tell their side of the story, especially when you are talking about people that don't have a platform to defend themselves. And I really don't like that much. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but in a lot of ways, when you're a bigger creator, like Without a Crystal Ball, I do think it's wrong when you call people out and then they don't have any way to defend themselves. And then that's why you open up your panel to try to help other people. You know what I mean? So, okay, it's loading. Okay, I will be waiting for that. I'm going to drop the link. And there's also something else I wanted to show you. Oh, yeah. There's one more thing not one more thing. I have a couple things that you guys need to hear that's important. But there's a lot of people that it's not about being in defense of anybody else but Letitia, in my opinion. I think Letitia is going through enough, and it's not fair to put this woman through this type of stress. So I want for you guys to
Look at this powerful turmeric serum. Clinically proven to remove dark spots. It can
Okay.
I'm not too happy right now. I don't even want to turn my camera on. Miss Letitia, are you in the chat? Yeah, something happened. And it's not good at all. It's horrible. This is horrible. Yeah, what did she do now, huh? Yeah, we left off so great last night. Well, I said my prayers and I woke up. I didn't check my phone yet. And when Miss Letitia had woke up, she left me a little text voice message. Is Letitia here? I just sent her a text and I said, is it okay if I play this for everyone in order for them to see really what's happening? Just want to make sure she was in the chat. She's here. All right. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for letting me play this. I'm not going to show my face. It's not about me. You guys, I know that you're all here because you care for Miss Letitia. And the way we feel about Vaughn.
I know that some of you guys may have already heard this, but I do want to play this again because there's so many of you here, and I appreciate you guys so much for being here. And it just shows how much this woman is hurting, because no matter what anybody says, words hurt. Words do hurt. When you see things, you can't stop that from hurting you. No matter how many times people say words don't hurt you, yes, they do hurt, especially when you're in a vulnerable position like Miss Letitia, and she's going through so much, and worried and has so much on her shoulders. This is in defense of nobody but Letitia and her family, because regardless of what Without a Crystal Ball may think of Letitia and her family, I don't feel like this family deserves to be treated this way by her. And what sucks is they once spoke with her. They made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. But to sit there and victimize this family and continue to talk and spread all of these rumors and lies, it just kind of shows you how much words can hurt, especially when you're in a position like Miss Letitia, so that's why I wanted to play this for you guys, which I'm sure so many of you have heard this a lot. People have done videos, but I feel like it's important for me to play this because I am defending Letitia and her family, because I don't feel that this is right. I don't feel anybody deserves to be treated this way when they're in this type of position. And it's only fair for me to show you guys how she really is. These things do affect her.
Imagine a mother's pain is 10 times or 100 times worse. So I'm going to play it.
I'm on the porch this morning crying because I woke up to that post of without a crystal ball saying that I am not Marvon's next of kin. So, it's been a long fight for me, and I'm so tired, and it hurt for her to say that over and over and over again.
There's more.
I think that I wanted to turn back the hands of time and not allow my son to be adopted. But I thought that was in his best interest at the time, not adoption, but just staying with my grandmother. But I'm not the one that put him on life support. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, help me. But it really hurt to hear someone say over and over again.
I'm gonna play it again if you didn't hear the whole thing. For people that are just coming in, Miss Letitia's here. I asked her for permission to play this tiny minute and 17 clip. She gave me permission. If I know Charlotte's Web's here, and Renelle, I know you guys are covering this. Teaya, I want you to play this on your channel, and I want you to hear how Marvon's mother feels about people on the internet. Now, this is a person that they thought they could trust. Okay, Miss Wynette said, we didn't know. My husband hung up the phone. Said, I don't like that woman. I'm not gonna talk to her no more. And Wynette said, why? She was like, she said something rubs me wrong about her. So I'm gonna play this minute and 17 seconds again. All right?
I'm on the porch this morning crying because I woke up to that post of without a crystal ball saying that I am not Marvon's next of kin. So, it's been a long fight for me, and I'm so tired, and it hurt for her to say that over and over and over again. You think that I wanted to turn back the hands of time and not allow my son to be adopted. But I thought that was in his best interest at the time, not adoption, but just staying with my grandmother. But I'm not the one that put him on life support. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, help me. But it really hurt to hear someone say over and over again.
Okay. So, Miss Letitia, I'm sorry that you're being tormented by this person. And for me, it's very easy to ignore this person because she's so irrelevant to me that I have better things to do. I have more important things to think about. But this is the way a lot of people on YouTube are. They're not good people. They're not in a lot of things for the right reasons. And sometimes these people, we don't understand why they act the way they do. We don't understand why they say the things they say. When I come across these people, it's a reminder that evil does exist and people can be very, very cruel. I'm sorry, I wasn't that makes it so much more devastating. So much more devastating. And for you to say it's not his next of kin, first, the next of kin is the wife, but that is still his mother. It's his mother. I don't understand what you have against Letitia that is so rank and so heartless. Don't you have a family of your own?
Okay, I just wanted you guys to hear a little bit of that. Sorry that I put it on mute for a second, but it's heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking, and I am so sorry to Miss Letitia that she has to deal with this. Like I said, if you want to go after, like I said, this is in defense of nobody but Letitia. Regardless of whatever it is that you think, it's still not the time. Like, it's just, I don't understand why people hurt other people like this, but we know that this is what Without a Crystal Ball does. And I just feel like it's not enough proof, in my opinion, to attack this woman. And even if you did have proof in any way, shape, or form, you don't have to go about it the way that you are, and calling her the birth mom and saying that next of kin and all of those types of things. You don't have to take it that far, because at the end of the day, she is still his mother. She's still his mother. And I wanted you guys to hear that, because I felt it was important to know that, yes, words do hurt. And since when is adoption? I never thought adoption was a bad thing. Adoption is a good thing. She did what she had to do to make sure that her son had a good life. And I'd call that a damn good mother. People need to get out of this whole stigma of that just because a mother chooses to give her child up for adoption, that makes her a bad mother. That's not ever necessarily true. It's depending upon the situation. And Letitia's situation is that she was 14 and 16 years. That's a baby. I was 16, but I lived with my mom. My mom was willing to help. She was willing to step in. We don't know her situation. It's not fair to go, if you want to accuse somebody of something, you need to back it up with facts. And even when you do back those types of things up with facts, you still need to handle it differently just because of the situation. Hey, Goose.
Hey, I just keep thinking about how, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but,
yeah,
KJ just talks out of both sides of her mouth all the time.
Yeah.
And, it's like, number one, she seems to forget like the sensitivity of this story, case, whatever you want to call it, and why everybody was brought together to begin with. A possible unaliving of a man. Now, because, let's be real. Does anybody actually believe that KJ just, she's putting out this information because it's, relevant to the story? No, we know what you're doing. You got your fees hurt and you're needing to go after these people because nobody messes with KJ, God forbid somebody sees who you are and they decide, you know what, I don't feel comfortable with this person. But instead, she can't just walk away, continue covering the story. No, because her feelings got hurt. She has to make sure that she makes somebody else's feelings hurt. But she has to go 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times worse. What, KJ, I hope you're listening to this. What are you going to do if one of his parents, God forbid, gets so freaking broken and depressed from the bullshit that you're pushing right now that they end up in the same situation that Vaughn is in?
Right.
Because something like that could happen. And you're so damn selfish with all your clicks and views that you won't even pay attention to that. I can't even fathom what she's doing right now. I wouldn't do that to my worst freaking enemy. And then let alone to do it to somebody when their son is in the hospital fighting for his freaking life. Come on, KJ. Stop being such a bitch. Like, why don't you for once show people that you actually have a little bit of a heart? Maybe people should call you without a freaking heart instead of without a crystal ball, because that's really what you are.
Exactly. I agree. I think that's the problem, and I think that's why so many people bring awareness about her, because one day somebody's going to get hurt. You know, you don't know the mental health of anyone that you choose. That's why, everyone always says, what about without a crystal ball's mental health? With all these channels about her. Well, in order for me to care about her mental health, she would have to care about other people's mental health. And she doesn't. How does she care about other people's mental health and where they're at in their life at that moment? You never know what a person is going through, what they're going through behind closed doors. If without a crystal ball, if people want to care about her mental health, which I do, I'm not going to sit here and bash her and talk about her looks or, her lifestyle or anything like that. That's not me. Other people can do that. And I understand completely, because she does it. Without a crystal ball does it. But in that same sense, you're a creator with a pretty big platform. You have a responsibility. And what you do is you take advantage of that platform by spreading lies, fabrication. And like I said, eventually more people are never going to want to work with you, because all they have to do is type in your name and they're going to see all the videos of people calling you out and making others aware about your behavior. Like I said, this is not the first time this has happened, and it's not going to be the last. However, there's still going to be more people that is not, hopefully, that's why people continue to make awareness channels about her or bring awareness about her, because hopefully more people will see, I'm not messing with this girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm not messing with her. So I think that's very important. It's not that I don't care about Without a Crystal Ball's mental health. It's that she doesn't care about other people's mental health. So I'm not going to, I guess you can say right now, I don't, because until she starts caring about other people, I'm not going to care about hers. You cannot go around hurting people like this. And I agree, Judy. I feel like she knows what she's doing. It seems as though she gets pleasure out of it. Yes, Llama Girl. It doesn't seem as though she cares. Because if she cares, then why does she keep doing it?
Look at when she smiles. She
Right.
smiles at the most cringe moments. It's like I said last night or the night before, it's like, here's Johnny. And then you've got the KJ, like, jack-o'-lantern grin, and just.
Well, I think it's very important for everybody to see context and to show you guys that Without a Crystal Ball, she will put out text messages. But like I told you, the point of me showing those text messages were they're cropped, they're edited, and she's only showing you what she wants to show you. She's not, you can tell that she's cutting out certain parts of that conversation that I sent you guys between KJ and the admins of Justice for Vaughn and the exposing Dre McCray. Thank you, Alyssa. That's so sweet. Thank you for the super sticker, beautiful. That means so much to me. So I'm going to show you guys something. And you can talk while I bring this up, Goose.
I would love for like old admins from KJ to share text messages and emails and stuff like that at some point. I hope that somebody would have the courage to show what she does, because it's just so disgusting how she does this stuff. I mean, she literally has like, I don't even think she has a heart. I mean, I don't know. She's just disgusting.
I agree. Something ain't right because it just doesn't seem like you would think that she would have a little bit of compassion at this time, you know, like quit acting like your feelings are the only, it seems like her feelings are the only ones that matter. And her feelings, because she's mad because of what happens and because this family doesn't want to work with her, you're going above and beyond. Because I'm going to tell you right now, everyone knows how she was covering this case in the beginning and all the questions that she had about Dre McCray. And all of a sudden now everything's changed. And you cannot sit here and say that you only got one side of the story. Well, then that shows what a shitty reporter you are, because a reporter always gets both sides of the story from the very beginning. They don't wait until freaking middle of a case to say, oh, now I'm going to get the other side of the story. It's very obvious what you're doing.
Yeah. And one really quick, the one thing she's trying to say, like, oh, Letitia said that this paperwork was filed, and then later she said she wasn't. Well, anybody who's ever worked with an attorney should know that there's a lot of times where your attorney is planning to do something and they are likely saying like, hey, we're filing paperwork, or we're going to be filing paperwork or whatever. And that might not happen. Like in this situation, I firmly believe that Letitia did feel like paperwork was filed, but the attorney hadn't actually put it into the courts yet, because in the meantime, Dre's attorneys, they reached out, they came up with an agreement, so there wasn't need to have paperwork filed. That still doesn't mean that there wasn't finances put into the retainer. And I'm sorry, but a $4,000 retainer, that's not going to get you far at all. And KJ, of all people, should know that. And
yes.
So for her to try to say, oh, well, she said it was filed, and now she's saying it wasn't filed. Who cares? That's not some crazy thing. That happens all the time. That happened with me all the time in my custody case. It's like that for somebody who's literally trying to work with an attorney, in a different state, that's not a big deal. It's not like Letitia is being able to go into this woman's office every single day and see things. They're trying to do it via the phone. I mean, give her a break a little bit.
Exactly. I'm going to show you guys these messages between KJ and I think she's still a mod. And the messages that KJ put out basically made it look like, to fit her narrative, which is that the mods are only putting out Letitia's side of the story, which they're supposed to, because that group was created in behalf of Letitia and her family. But not only that, she's trying to make it look like the mods have some kind of intent to harass Dre and put out all of this information that only favors Letitia. So this is Katie Joy, and this is from the mods' perspective, and none of these are cropped, as you can see. It's not cropped. I don't think, no, it doesn't ever tell the time, I don't think, but they're not cropped. You can tell that this is the entire conversation, okay? Me and my mints. Okay. When are you releasing? Because people are trying to post it. Well, let me see if I can make this bigger. No, I can't make it bigger. Okay. I'm working on it. This isn't just the police report. Okay. KJ says, okay. I'm sorry this is a long story, and it's not just it's not just a police report. And this is pretty much the context about the police report that Without a Crystal Ball watermarked. I'm sorry this is a long story, and it's not just a police report. It's okay. We're going to post what we have before a member does. Why? Why Without a Crystal Ball? Why do you need to post what you have before a member does? I think this is Without a Crystal Ball. I'm about to post it. Can you please wait? No, wait. So the blue or the purple, whatever, that's the mod, and then the other one is Without a Crystal Ball. I'm about to post it. Can you please wait? I'm not the head admin, but I'll ask. I'm including Letitia's story, which is important, and respectful to her. Okay, I'm asking just help. So I'm Okay, I'm asking. I just helps. She posted it already. This is without a crystal ball right here. We can already tell. Whatever, this isn't a competition. I'm trying to do it right by I'm trying to do right by Letitia. I'm writing her story, a story she wants to tell. We've had it for a couple hours. Wasn't going to post it at all, but members are trying to post it and are posting it in the comments. We can't keep up. Wait, we can't keep up with deleting it. You could have waited, literally. I didn't post it and it's not my group. Right, it's not her group. But you guys can tell here the demeanor of Without a Crystal Ball, right? And this is all about the police report. I can't I can't talk. I need to finish. Posted. I tried to share in the group. It has Letitia's full story. We have posts turned off. I'll tell main admin. Why are posts turned off? Because we couldn't keep up. Trying to clean up the feed without getting bombarded. Okay. So she, Without a Crystal Ball, includes a screenshot and she says, see, this is why I hate this about reporting. Now they're accusing me of stealing. Exposed done it first. Doesn't matter. This is about the police report, you guys. I didn't get the report from her. You can see that I got it from Yuma PD. Look at the red at the top. I got them from Yuma PD. Doesn't matter who is first. It's public record. I just don't want to be accused of stealing anything. I wouldn't let them bother you. Can you take down the text from Dre to Letitia? And I think that's it. Wait a minute. No, it's not. She screen recorded this. Wait. It's going fast. Okay, hold on. I'll just pause it. That's nice of her to screen record it for me. Let me just pause it. Katie, I'm coming to you and asking for you to please stop with the drama. That shouldn't be the focus here. As long as you fire back, it's going to continue. Please delete that post and just stop. Be the bigger person. Show people that they are wrong about you and ignore, please. Without a Crystal Ball. Nope, I'm done with Molly's bullshit. You come to me to stop the drama. Why haven't you called Molly out? She started this shit, not me. I haven't called anyone out. I have messaged you both asking for it to stop. Without a Crystal Ball. She turned the family against me. I haven't done shit to them. Next. Wait a minute. Keep going. She turned the family against me. I haven't done shit to them. Molly, hold on. Molly is a maniac, and I'm not going to sit here. Hold on. I need to see something real quick. Stop cam. Okay. Molly is a maniac, and I'm not going to sit here and let her turn everyone against me when I've done nothing wrong. For over a week, she sat on her channel and said the family hates me. You know how much harassment I've received, the death threats. Letitia is getting paid off Molly. Okay.
Bullshit.
I won't pay Letitia for access. Molly knows they need money and throws it and then says, I'm doing shit I'm not doing. I wasn't harassing Letitia. But you are. You're continuing to let it happen. We had so many messages in the very beginning about how you will turn this into drama. You are your own person and have control over what you do. You are proving all these people right. I hadn't spoken to her in a week. No, Molly is drama. I'm responding to her bullshit. Talk to Molly. How am I harassing Letitia when I'm not talking to her? You realize I'm not helping. You realize I'm not just helping Vaughn. Because you keep on. She's asked you to stop and leave them alone. She never asked me to stop, Katie says. Never. She even said it on your live, and you deleted it and said it was a troll. She asked me tonight for the first time ever. And then this here, which if I can make it bigger, I'd be able to read it. But this is, I think, something that maybe Letitia said. Maybe, I'm not sure. Funny, she hung up and yelled at me. Oh, it's a text messages. Funny, she hung up and yelled at me. When I brought up Molly, she got so mad. She defended Molly. Okay. Molly is the one screaming on her lives about me every night. Well, if I was in her position, I would do the same. Y'all are causing more stress on this woman. Without a Crystal Ball says, she's not yelling at Molly. Trust me, Molly has paid her so much money. You don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Please just stop. Prove to me she has. You are coming at me so hard. Without a Crystal Ball said that. Okay. I'm not proving anything to anybody. I'm asking you to have a heart, be the bigger person, and just stop. I didn't start this. I had no problem with Molly. For 2 weeks, she has bullied me relentlessly. She effed with Wynette. She effed with Letitia about me. I know it because Wynette told me. I'm not in any way coming at you hard. I'm actually doing my very best to be kind and professional. How am I supposed to stop? Wait, Without a Crystal Ball says this. How am I supposed to stop when every night Molly goes off and lies about what I'm doing? Why has she decided who can speak about the story? Don't give her attention. She can't, but the family has asked you to stop, and you should respect that. But she tells her audience every day the family hates me. Stop what? Stop talking about it. Stop the drama. Without a Crystal Ball says, talking about what? Talking about what? Because Molly is saying that I can't talk about the story, which for days my coverage has been about the kids, not Vaughn. This is a public story. Letitia is one family. I have been working with, who's that? Abba? I have been working with Abba's best friend for a week on their court case. That's what I've been doing. Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to go back and forth with you and get out of character. The family asked you to stop. It's your decision whether you do or not. You're flushing your platform down the toilet, proving all these people right. Have a good night. Without a Crystal Ball says, stop what? You aren't explaining to me what. Tony, if you're going to ask me what, or if you're going to ask me to stop doing something, stop what? I'm not going to stop reporting. I'm not removing the post. It's my platform. I'm not in your group either. If Molly stops, keeps my name out of her mouth, and stops interfering in my job, I'm happy to never breathe her name again. I'm done. You're not going to listen. Do what you want. Have a good night. I'm listening, but you aren't telling me. No, you're not. Without a Crystal Ball says, I said I'll stop the drama when Molly stops lying about me. You just said you're not going to stop. You're not going to remove the post. It's your platform, so make a fool of yourself. Amen. So how has Molly behaved? Have you watched her lives where she's berating me or cursing people out? Why didn't you ask her to stop a week ago? I've been getting death threats because of her. I'm not talking about Molly. I can't control Molly, and neither can you. You can control how you respond. I promise if you stop this nonsense and act unbothered, you would do so much better. But Molly can act this way? Another admin is talking to Molly while I talk to you. Without a Crystal Ball says, while all your admins praise her, I'm getting death threats because of her. Do you understand that? What does it matter how Molly acts, though? That doesn't fall back on you. Your actions So, Without a Crystal Ball says, because she's lying to this family about me over and over and over again. Katie, I'm sure you get death threats a lot, a lot doing what you do. It's part of the job. But bottom line is you are only in control of how Katie acts and what Katie does. I'm just trying to help you. I understand that, but I've been beaten down by her for over a week. I took the high road that whole time. I finally responded last night. Let people say what they want about you. Don't give them a second of your time. Without a Crystal Ball says, it matters when every time I report, Molly tells people, Katie, stay in your lane. I know you did, and you need to continue that high road. Don't watch her. Don't give her a view. What she thinks of you is irrelevant. Without a Crystal Ball says, I'm told I can't talk about this story. Why? Molly told this family that I'm dangerous. She's convinced them that I'm a bad person. I've donated my time, my money, and my resources. You're not understanding. It's not just Molly. All of our inboxes have been blowing up about you. Without a Crystal Ball says, because of Molly, I haven't done shit. I wasn't harassing the family. We deleted so many people from our group talking about you. And that is true. I'll tell you that right now. Without a Crystal Ball says, because Molly said I was harassing them. I wasn't. No, it's not because of Molly. It's been happening since the very beginning. Without a Crystal Ball says, you know how many people hate Molly? My inboxes are flooded because of Molly. She's been arrested multiple times for stories. My inbox is flooded about your page putting out misinformation. My inbox is flooded by people thinking Letitia is scamming people. I'm not in your group. My page is flooded with people leaving your group because of the page supporting Molly so much when so many people know who she is. Wow. Okay, I'm seriously done. I have to put my kids to bed. Have a good night. Do you see this? You get to tell me what to do, but if I point out to you that you are contributing to it and Molly is the problem, but okay. If we have a dialogue, it can't be you do this. Like, it has to be everyone. But what Molly has done to me and to this situation is atrocious. People are in my inbox all day about her, the group, or thinking Letitia is a scammer. It's nonstop. The only people worth fighting for at this point are the kids. Abba won't talk to anyone, which is good. Like, I want justice for Vaughn, but I don't know what that even means anymore. Thing is, we don't give two shits what people think of us. We're not doing this for anyone but Vaughn and Letitia. Yeah, pages and a lot of people have talked about us, but we're grown women and know how to take the high road instead of acting like a damn child. And I'm not telling you what to do. I was asking for you to be the bigger person and stop acting like a high school drama queen. Girl, amen. I'm asking you to have some respect for this family. Stop worrying about what everyone else is doing and worry about Katie. I'm seriously done talking about it. You do what you want to do, because at the end of the day, the way you act fails. Oh, I'm sorry. At the end of the day, the way you act falls back on you, not me or anyone else. Katie says, I get that, but what about, oh my God, but what about Molly? Why has the group allowed her lives and abusive videos, which degrade and demean me, to be in there? How does that help Vaughn? What are we doing to stop Molly? Because if Molly stops, all this stops. She got in a fight with Sherelle. One thing. So Wynette told me that Letitia threatened to K her. Wow. Okay. For speaking about visiting Vaughn. I'm not lying about that. So Wynette and Letitia hate each other. That happened last week. I've been in the middle of whatever. That is because Wynette contacted me. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yep, I think that's it.
obsessed much with Molly? Jeez Louise.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. So, whoa. Okay. So if you go back, if you remember, Without a Crystal Ball posted certain screenshots of, messages between her and this admin, but she never, you know, posted all of it. She was only posting things to fit her narrative. And if I can find it, I will, just to show you how, um, just to show you how she only posts messages that fit her narrative. And this, you can tell, this is screen recorded. This admin, she posted it all. Okay, she showed it all. Why did she show it all? Because she doesn't have anything to hide. She's not trying to fit anyone's narrative. But let's see if Without a Crystal Ball does something like that. She only posts, she crops and she edits and she cuts out certain things to fit her narrative. Okay, and this admin reached out to me because she wanted people to see the whole entire messages between the two of them. Okay, so, and I thank you so much for reaching out to me, and it was a pleasure to be able to show your side, because that's not fair. You're only cropping and editing certain parts to make it look like the admin is the bad person and telling you to stop, but not telling the other person to stop, or whatever the situation is, and that's wrong. Okay, hold on one second. Is this no? Okay, just making sure that it's not still sharing while I'm going through this, to show you guys how it's very apparent that she only posts certain, certain messages to fit her narrative. And that's not fair. It's not right. You shouldn't be able to just crop and edit things and make people look a certain way. And you are posting people's names without cropping out their last name because you don't care about anyone but yourself. It might not still be on here. I have no idea. Okay. I want to show you guys something. Gotta prove shit here. Gotta prove shit. Because that's what I do. Okay. So this is what Without a Crystal Ball posted on her Facebook. Okay. It says, the truth always comes out. Admin of Justice. Be careful when you're messaging me and I'm screen recording. Okay. Or screen sharing. But anyway, where was I? Yeah, that's all these messages are. They're just messages from, this is basically about the police report, and these are screenshots of what Without a Crystal Ball showed. Okay, she only showed parts of it. She didn't show the whole entire thing. Okay, she made it look like this admin was, in defense of Molly, and being okay. I will, Molly. She is making it seem like she is in defense of Molly, but not in defense of Without a Crystal Ball. And that's not right. You cannot do that, because at the end of the day, there's two sides to every story. And I think that that's what the admin, exactly. She wanted you to see, which I'm like reading a text message from this admin, because she didn't post all of them. She only posted certain ones to make it look like they were more for Molly than her. When at the end of the day, they only have two people that they are trying to fight for, okay? Which is Vaughn and Letitia. That's why they started the group, and that's exactly what that admin told Without a Crystal Ball. That's all they're trying to do. And at the end of the day, look at how many times, and I'm going to bring Molly up because her name was brought up, but look at how many times Molly's name was brought up by Without a Crystal Ball. It was brought up a dozen times. That's all she kept talking about. When I agree with the admin that's talking to her, this isn't about Molly. You are responsible for your own actions Without a Crystal Ball. This has nothing to do with Molly. She's trying to talk to you. She's trying to tell you to stop the bullshit. It doesn't have anything to do. Yes, please do that. It doesn't have anything to do with others. It doesn't have to do with Molly. She's just trying to tell Without a Crystal Ball about her behavior. And somehow it's a deflection back to Molly. If in Without a Crystal Ball's head, she thinks that if she thinks that Molly somehow turned the family against her, she's allowed to think that. But all this admin was trying to tell her was, if she did that, there's nothing you can do about it. You don't have any control over anyone but yourself. And all she was trying to say is, please stop, because she knew where this was going. And this is where we're at right here. We're right here. Hey, Molly.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Listening to this craziness, dude, this girl is like on another planet.
Yeah, I don't know. The woman's never going to change.
I didn't even know that she was making this big, huge deal out of everything. I didn't get the family to hate her. All I did was put out a video in the middle of the night in my kitchen called something like I can't verify or something like that. And I just had this really weird feeling about her. I was like, dude, I don't kind of like the way she said things is kind of bad. Like she called Dre a murderer, and the way that she had said something really strange, like, oh, my source over here only trusts me with this. So if you can send everybody over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, ding, ding, ding. I didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
I really didn't. And the thing is we have to remember that not only did she put up stuff about the father, which I never even read, and then taken back the money that she gave, that's beyond dirty. That's way too much. I don't know why she's so obsessed with me. I don't know anything about her. I don't care about her. I don't care what she's saying, but I'd rather her attack me all day long, because what she's putting out is such BS. The way she's saying, oh, Royce has been to jail all these crazy times. I'm like, I have a mugshot. I don't have a criminal record.
Yeah.
How can you be obsessed with me and not know that? Oh, you want to make me look bad? No. When people act like that, it makes them look bad.
Right.
It doesn't make me look bad. And I honestly think, Tiana, I really think that it's just because the father hung up on her. And when that was like, dude, my husband was like, we don't like that lady. That had nothing to do with me. Me and
Right.
Justin would have never went up there if we knew. And I don't think even, and like I said, me and Goose are thick as thieves. I mean, we talk for hours on end. She might have warned me. She might have, but I just don't remember.
Right.
Yeah, I did. I texted you, but I think it was like, you just try to give people the benefit of the doubt. So I think it was, I didn't like make a big deal out of it or whatever, but I was just going to say, like, can you, for anybody in chat who's new, like, can you explain the embezzlement thing that she keeps talking about so people know really what it was?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, basically, it was twisted on YouTube. My husband and I had actually forgotten about this because it happened 20 years ago. We forgot about it. So my husband and I, we lived in Fort Benning, Georgia for a year. I just got married. I was an officer's wife, and I went shopping at this PX, BX. It's kind of like it's kind of like a department store, but for only military. And I buy a bunch of crap. It's like a Target. So I buy a bunch of crap. And one of the things that I bought was this stupid Maybelline mascara. And it's the green and the pink.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go into a BX, they also sell like Lancome and higher end stuff. But I needed this particular eyelash thing for my car in the side. So that, you know how you do your mascara and the way it was just going to be in there. So anyway, I pay for about $150 worth of stuff. As
Mm-hmm.
I walk out and I pay for everything, I had a receipt. I got up to the back of the car. I opened it up. I was putting the stuff in. And this little old black dude comes up and he goes, "Hey, ma'am." And I'm like, "Yes." And I'm like, smiling. I'm like, "Hi." And he goes, "Is this yours?" And it's the mascara. So I
Mm-hmm.
go, "Yeah." And I went to grab it. And he goes, "You have a receipt?" I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "This isn't on your receipt." I go, "Oh my gosh." He goes, "I picked it up outside. It fell through the cart." Now I had kitty litter at the time. I had a bunch of stuff. So what they did was they called my husband and his captain or something like that. And they came over to the BX. And then me and my husband were like talking about it. And my husband was very argumentative. My husband was like, "Listen, she paid for everything else. Why wouldn't she pay for something that's less than $5?
Right.
No sense whatsoever." He goes, "This isn't blah, 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 blah." And his commander was like, "Lieutenant Zadinsky, just please." So then all of a sudden later that night, he calls up my husband and says, "Okay, we need you to go over to the JAG office, you and your wife." So we get up and we go over there, and this woman, basically a JAG attorney, I don't know who she was. She sticks her head out of a little window and goes, "Oh, Mrs. Zadinsky, we can't really prove that you took it intentionally, but it it did leave the store without being paid for. And
Right.
we can't really prosecute anything because it's so little, it's under, I don't remember, a certain amounts." And my husband was like, "No, no, 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 we're gonna fight this, we're gonna fight this." I go, "No, Adrian, please, please, please." She goes, "Can you just agree to do a pre-child diversion?" I go, "What's that?" She goes, "Well, you don't have anything on your record." She goes, "If you just complete 10 hours of community service, it'll just go away." But guess what? I should have done what my husband told me to do and fought it, because I thought I was doing the right thing by, you know, it was community service. It wasn't like I was volunteering, but I was giving dogs baths, walking dogs, changing kitty litter for 2 days one weekend, and that was it.
Right.
And it was done and forgotten about. So then YouTube, when I came YouTuber 4 years ago, they spun it into that I embezzled from the FBI. So I've actually never been in the FBI. And if I was a criminal, I wouldn't have a gun. I wouldn't have a realtor license in 2 states, which I held. My husband would not be happy. I've never had anything expunged because I've never really had a criminal record. And the thing in New Orleans is I have a mugshot, and I was in a cell block, and it was horrible because we were drunk and it was dropped. So the way that they want to keep saying, "Oh, arrested multiple times," I did hear that this chick is saying that I got complaints from Rogersville for filming the for filming the little girl in church.
I think she said,
Yeah, nothing happened with that.
yeah.
Nothing happened with that. It was just on the news. And then and nothing happened with me going into the shed. It was on the news. I never got a citation. I almost got a citation when I went to the site where Candace and Candace Wells and her husband were there. And I went up there, and it was like being on the property. They called the police, and after the Wells left and he got thrown off his job, which I do not regret. I'm proud of that. Sorry. I will not no one's ever going to affect me when it comes to that. Like, I was the only one that covered Summer Wells that had the balls to tell those people about themselves. And I did. And the police were always on my side. And they were like, yeah, we can't, we're not going to give you a citation because, and he winked. He goes, our systems are down.
Yeah, I don't know much about that case. So
you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to.
They're a bunch of low-life, degenerate crackheads, lost all their kids. They play with kids. They're disgusting. And people on YouTube, they kiss their asses as if there's something special. So you know what? No one's going to sit here and tell me about myself and what my intentions are. I'm sorry if Katie couldn't stay in these people's good graces, but all it takes is honesty. That's all it took is honesty.
But I don't understand. Like I said, I don't think that it's fair for her to blame you because it's easier for her to blame you, but this family can choose to talk to whoever they want to talk to. And even if it was you, and okay, I'll play devil's advocate and say, even if it was you, I don't care because at the end of the day, this family can talk to whoever they want to, and they don't have to talk to her.
I was told by Sherelle way over a week ago. God, she said that when the husband hung up the phone on her, said, "Oh no, I don't." Somehow he had this feeling. He's gonna be on the show Monday. He's gonna be with a pastor. So Monday's the day that we're going to get to really talk to the father. I don't know if he's going to bring Katie up. I really hope he doesn't, because these people are the nicest people. Like, they're like Southern and everything is yes, ma'am. And I hope it's not bothering you, ma'am. And thank you, ma'am. And you know what's bothering me is, and I will say this, and I hope that people like you that are calling this Casey Anthony fucking wannabe out, is she's trying to make it out as if this whole GoFundMe and the funds that they're raising is for like it's almost as if she's trying to make it out like she doesn't want anyone to donate to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a big scam.
She's just jealous because she is getting, in cases that she covers, she doesn't usually get hate like this. There's some people that talk about her and don't like the way that she does her Duggar stories and Todd Chrisley and all that sort of stuff. But I would say, and Teaya, because you've covered her, for a long time too, but this is like the first time where there's been like a huge mass of people that are like, no, what you're doing is wrong. And for her to be like, all the death threats that I've got, I mean, how many times has she already said that? She says that with every single case she covers. This isn't anything new.
Right.
She's making a fool out of herself. That's what she's doing.
Yeah, and she's also making it seem like, okay, so the family, I think with every case, because she's the bigger creator, I think she thought that this family was just gonna gravitate to her, and they didn't. And I think that's what she's mostly mad about.
Most likely. I didn't know anything about her, but there's something so off about her.
And the family seen that.
When I talked, I don't think I ever had a phone conversation with her. If I did, I can't remember. but we just jumped on, and then I had this bad feeling. It was keeping me awake, and that's why I was like, okay, if I sit and go live about this, I'll be on for 10 hours. But I'm so exhausted. Let me just record it here in the kitchen and get it over with and just put it out as a video. And I think she went bonkers. But
Yeah.
she was calling. Listen, I can't stand Dre either. But to call the girl a murderer? Whoa.
No, nobody has said that. Nobody has, except for her.
Well, the thing is what if Von really did try to hang himself?
Right.
Right. That's why everybody else says, they're careful with their words. And it's weird too, because when you put that video out, it was like, cannot be confirmed or something like that. And so you were just like, at least when I watched it, I felt like you were just covering like your back, and you were just saying like, this is what I'm saying, like, because I can't confirm this stuff that she has or whatever. And so, but because KJ just looks at everything in a negative light. And so she saw that and was just like, oh my God, how dare her? And then she just went crazy. I mean, she could have literally have just like been more, she could have reflected on what she was maybe saying or doing, and then made it more of a point to be like, okay, so allegedly this, or this is what I've been told, or whatever, just be more cautious with her words. But instead it was like, she saw the video and was just like, how dare you? And then just went crazy.
Right. And I think, go ahead.
I wanted to ask was, shit, I forgot. What the hell was I just thinking? I was just going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. Come on, remind me. Goose, come on. What was that?
Katie, probably.
I don't know. I was just talking about like the video on the confirm. And
have you noticed though, like the interest in this story is all coming from like these channels that just cover reality TV? Don't you find that?
I think it's this story. Yeah, I think a lot of people are starting to cover this story that don't even cover true crime. I don't. I just covered it because I used to follow Dre.
I'll tell you what. You want to know something? I think because, listen, Justin and I, I haven't known him that long, but I know who's effective and who is not. And I know what my strengths are in true crime. And guess what? It keeps working. I'm the one that intimidates every suspect. It just happens over and over again. Every time there's a suspect and I start talking about them, they freak out. So just like my cousin Pucho said on the phone when I had him on earlier, my cousin who's a cop, he said, when there's a suicide or anything, we always look at the spouse first. And everything he said was, he had some good ass answers. He really, really did. And Katie can't do true crime. And do you really think that Katie was gonna do fundraisers? I'm the most successful at doing fundraisers.
I've never seen her. Has anybody ever seen her do one? I've heard about this like Ronald McDonald House one, but I guess KJ was the only one who ended up with funds from that. And like I've never.
Anybody that rips off a charity is a legit piece of garbage, in my opinion. And I'll say it to their face. I will say it right to their face.
I don't think, and the fact that she asked for the donation back pretty much proves everything. In my opinion.
But not only did she do that, I'll tell you what Letitia said to me. She was crying. She said, "Oh man, I'm so afraid that other people are gonna ask for their donation back." And guess what? Want to know something? She's encouraging it.
That's what she's trying to do.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you wanted it back, just ask for a donation, message Letitia privately, keep it private, and move on. It's like an example when people come in a chat and they're like, I'm unsubbing from you.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, well, don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Right, exactly.
We'll never know.
Bye. That's what I say. Bye. Um, it's really sad, and I feel really bad for Letitia, but I feel like because she mentioned your name so much,
No, no, let her talk about me.
yeah,
Talking, let her, please. But the thing is I said tonight, the stuff that I have to say to you, I'm gonna say it to your face. And
right.
that,
Has she ever messaged you or reached out to you
no,
at all
no.
to say, "Hey, Molly, can you quit talking about me," or whatever it is she's thinking? She's never done that.
I have talked about her, except when I woke up to that message of Miss Letitia crying.
Right.
And I said, you want to know something? Everyone's gonna freak when they hear this. And I'm sorry. Your permission? And she said yes. She was so sad. And then some people think that I edited it, but it was like a minute and 15 or a minute 17. It was one of those iPhone voice recording things.
Yeah, it was like a voice text.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It wasn't like a message on a machine that like, won't you play the whole thing? I'm like, what are you talking about? That was the whole thing.
Right.
We can get Letitia to come on time, but I know that she really wants to try and get out there next weekend. She said that she wants to know the status of her son. She just messaged me like 20 minutes ago. I was gonna.
It's so
She
sad
just,
that she can't like get any information, you know? I
No,
mean,
can't.
even if like say that again?
it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
When I talked to the 3 doctors next door that was sitting there with the dogs, they were like, well, they should know the blood. When I said, no, it's the wife doesn't want anyone. And they went, oh, they were like, yes, that's the, yeah, they were like, oh. Yeah, so every time I try and tell someone either in the medical field or like someone that's either in law or something, because I have to make it quick, you know what I mean? I don't want to lose them. They're
Yeah,
all, oh, what a bad situation.
it
Hope
is.
yeah, it is. Absolutely.
I'm just shocked that like they were only there for 31 minutes. I mean, and it's sad because they can't even go back and right their wrongs either. Like they can't go and look in the shed and go, wait, it's only 7.2 feet at the peak, and then you subtract the beam, and then Vaughn is 6 feet tall, so there's like 10 inches of difference in the middle, and then you're just saying there's like, she talked about allegedly there was like a noose or something. So how do you only have 10 inches between his height and the ground and this bar where the rope would have been tied on? Like, to me, that just doesn't seem. And then we're not even talking about him standing on his tippy toes or anything like that. I mean, the calculations that he would have had to make in order to tie that knot to not be too low from the ground, or to, you know what I mean? It just, to me, when I was figuring all those calculations out, I was like, something is not right. Plus, the inside of the shed is less than 5 feet on either side of where he would be. And so if he was moving around and stuff like they say people do when that happens, if there was anything close to him, that shed would have been just destroyed.
Well,
Right.
thing that FOIA request that was denied, that's kind of a good thing. That's a good thing. So when my cousin Pucho was saying, oh, he thinks that they're working on it. I had a feeling that subliminally in the first report where it says refer to body cam.
Yep.
I think that body cam, which I'm just saying, I don't know if you can't sue me.
Right.
I think that the cam is going to show that there's no pull, like for the weight. And remember, this is supposed to be broken.
Right.
The doctor said, we don't know because Puta over there won't let the family know. So Letitia's like, I want to know what's going on with my baby. She just said this. And the thing is, my husband doesn't get back until like right after. I can't leave my baby alone. But yeah, I'm thinking of, I want to go out there and just kind of like take care of her. I know I'm not going to see Vaughn. That's fine. But I just want to be able to take care of her because I feel like she needs some sort of victim's advocate. And technically, I'm not a victim's advocate, technically, but in a way, you know?
Yeah. Well, you've dealt with victims before.
I mean,
Just being able to be there and support her, like physically, and you know.
I want to drive her around, even though owns a cab service and I hate driving. I just want to like take her to dinner, see that she's, resting and that so she has somebody to talk to and encourage her. And I would like to hear, I know who her lawyer is. I don't know how far she's going to get with this lawyer, but she's scared. She's like, Marissa, I have a feeling this is going to get bigger. And I'm like,
I think so.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And I knew it the first day. I said, oh my God. I said, this is going to be huge. Violet. I said, this is going to be a crazy big story. And look at this. Now people know who he is all over the world.
Yeah.
And he's got the world praying for him.
Yep.
What I need to do is I need to speak to my mother and tell my mother the story. Because every time I talk to my mother, she's always right. And it drives me nuts. And I hate it, but she's always right. So I'm going to talk to my mother and see what she has to say. And yeah, just I feel terrible for this family. I mean, no one can expect that this is going to happen to them. And for what Dre's doing, if that's not bad enough, then you got this Casey Anthony chick. Even harder. Oof. Oof.
Yeah, and she's like complaining about the $4,000 for a retainer. I mean, geez Louise. If anybody should know about retainers, she should.
Exactly.
$4,000, nothing for
Right. I'm sure it's gone. Even just from the paperwork, from asking questions, from talking to the attorney. I mean, that can go so quickly. I spent 2 days with an attorney and went to court for a small period of time and spent $10,000.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Yeah.
And
so,
she knows that. She knows that.
She's just trying to get people to hate on everybody who's covering this case besides her or the people that she doesn't like, and to try to hate on the family because she's getting so much hate. It's like she wants to project her behavior on other people and then deflect from the other things. It's just like the whole
Goose, you've known me for a long time. You know that I don't mess with people like that. I don't just...
No, you'll just tell them to their face.
Well, you know that I just hit it and split it. You know what I'm saying? I tell you about yourself and then I kind of move on.
Right.
And I'm tired of this kratom stuff that everyone's sending me. At this point, it doesn't matter.
Say K.
There's more videos that I've never seen.
The word or not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, don't worry. Are you getting limited ads?
Probably.
You know what? If it wasn't for donations and the members, I wouldn't make a cent.
Right.
Yeah, true crime is definitely hard to cover because they don't like stuff.
Yeah.
Even when you try to not use certain words.
They're trying to clean us up. They're trying to clean us up. And I was told that the crime community, we make the least money. We make the least.
Well, definitely get demonetized quick. That's for sure.
And I feel really bad for the entire family. Can you imagine some woman taking your son and just taking ownership and then having to look at these videos of the grandson that you've never gotten to meet? And you get what I'm saying? Like,
I feel bad.
Did she meet him or not?
No, and then she even made a point when she talked to Dre the one time. She was like, hey, could I see the grandkids? And she made a specifically, instead of just saying like, can I see Raza? She was like, can I see the grandkids? Like,
yeah.
And she was like, no.
Like, how could you be so heartless?
cruel motherfucker.
Right. Why
Yes.
not just get Raza by himself, and then maybe like you can be there too, and you and or just like allow her to take him to like, well, I guess they can't really go to McDonald's, but like a park.
No, I don't think they're
Yeah, like go to a park and Dre can sit in the car and watch, or she can be there. Or if she's worried about what's going to be spoken or whatever, she can have Letitia keep her cell phone on and Dre can have her cell phone on, and she can listen to what's going on and make sure that nothing funky is going on. And it's just simply like, hi, how are you? I'm your grandma. Spend like 20 minutes at the park. I mean, it's like Dre doesn't realize that what she's doing is actually going to tick off her kids later in life when they realize that what she has said a lot of the times maybe is lies or, not totally the truth. And, it's like, it's just, it's sad.
Tonight, I really got the feeling that I do think she's going to be charged.
I hope so. With something.
Full of champagne.
Yeah, I think I don't see how she couldn't be for at least like what she has been giving the children, because like just looking up all this stuff, like you're not supposed to mix K with passion flower. You're not supposed to mix passion flower with the Xanax. And when you mix all three, anybody here, you can look that up on YouTube. Is it safe to take K and passion flower? And then look up, is it safe to take passion flower and the Xanax? And you'll see that it says no. And then you can look up all the other things that she was taking, like the blue vervain, same type of thing. What's weird is that all of those, they're all like sedatives. They're all similar to like benzos. Yep. And so when you mix them all, and then with with K, there's like, it's kind of like marijuana. It's like there's like two different strands, I guess. There's like more of an upper one and more of a downer one. And so you can potentially be taking everything and then a lot of, and then even like there's other things that even make it stronger as well, that she was giving him. Cayenne pepper makes it stronger.
I can't believe
it's just crazy. That video tonight where he was sitting at the table eating, and then all of a sudden he was like, ugh, and he like, you could see he was like in pain, and he got up, and I was not only shocked by how he acted pain wise, but just how emaciated his body was. It was so sad.
It's sad. It is so sad.
Very sad. And he seems like a perfect guy.
Yeah, because he gave in to whatever she wanted. Like she talks about how he was so gentle, but then she wants to try to say that he was ABUSIVE to her. Yeah. Like, come on.
Give me
anybody with a brain who watches the videos can see who wore the pants in that family.
Right.
Did you guys come across that video? I think we're going to play it tomorrow. The video where she's putting the purple eyeshadow on and Raza sits there and he's like, Mom, can I eat this? And she says, no. And he goes, I'm really hungry. And she goes, no. And I watched it and went, what?
I can't imagine how hungry those kids were too. Just like, I mean, I tried to do like a juice cleanse for like 48 hours and like 6 hours in, I was like dying. I mean,
that alkaline diet is not meant for long term.
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks. It's like a cleanse, basically.
Yeah. It's not like, I don't understand what she was thinking. And just because if she wanted to do it doesn't mean the whole family had to do it, in my opinion. If you want to lose weight, okay, fine. Nobody else in the family wanted
that. Terrible. She looks terrible. How did she not see that she went a little too far?
And if we look at how thin he was and then think that he allegedly lost 20 more pounds while being in the hospital, like,
oh my God,
that just makes my heart hurt. Like, he didn't have weight to lose.
No, he was never like, he always seemed like he was muscular from everything that I've seen. He was a Marine. Most Marines,
they're buff and tough.
Yeah. My brother was a Marine. I think
they're the front of the line. You know that, right?
Yeah.
They're right in the front. They're the first ones to get, and they run towards it. They run towards the bullets. Marines are crazy. They're the best, but they love going to war. They're like, yeah. They're the ones on the front line.
That's what they're trained for.
That's what I was just gonna say. Yeah, they train him to, be the toughest and the hardest, and
Yep.
just, yeah. I mean, he looked great. I mean, I don't think he needed to lose any weight at all. Like looking back at pictures of him, like when they first met or when they were younger, and they were doing just the videos, dancing around, and just like how happy and go lucky he is and stuff. It's like, God, I just want him to wake up so badly.
Yeah.
Me too.
We gotta keep playing. I randomly yell out in the house, "Open your eyes, Marvon." I know I sound like a lunatic, but I'd say it in the car. I'd say it out loud. I just, in the shower, "Open your eyes, Marvon." I just keep throwing it out. And I hope that he does, but I'm so scared to find out what condition he's going to be in.
Yeah.
I'm praying that what she hears is going to be good news.
Yeah. I can't believe she made a deal that Letitia can't find out any of the details.
She's a horrible person, man. I'm sorry. Like, to put a mother through this.
I could never.
And it makes you think, why? Like, what exactly are you hiding?
She's guilty.
Exactly.
Of something.
Hiding. That's exactly how I feel too, because if there wasn't anything, like, why would she be hiding?
Yeah.
She knows
I'm on her ass. You know that, right?
Oh, I'm sure she's watching all the videos.
Oh, I'm on her ass hard. And she's like, "You'll never affect me. I'm living my best life." Boom. That's all I needed to hear. "Oh, you're living your best life, huh? Okay."
Well, your husband is in a coma.
Nice.
Right? Like when she said there's so many blessings that have come from this, I'm thinking, what are you talking about?
And remember, the world hated Amber Heard. And Amber Heard's looking like a fucking sweetheart right now. Let me tell you something. When this thing hits, because trust me, Vinnie Politan sent me a message really early in the morning. He said, "It's Marvon Jackson. Okay, did he come out of his coma?" I said, "No." And he goes, "We can't jump on it just on speculation, Marissa." And I'm like, I know. I go, "Well, guess what?" I go, "I have all the information." And everyone, and I just want, if whoever's watching this, you, Teaya, don't be afraid to take anything off my channel. If you need to rip something that you saw, take it. I'm not going to strike anybody. I'm not going to strike anyone.
That's good to know. And I played Miss Letitia and her.
Yeah, it's fine.
With her.
Yeah.
I just need people to know that words hurt, and what Without a Crystal Ball is doing is hurtful.
Now, if that didn't make you like teary-eyed to listen to them begging,
it's just ridiculous.
Please leave me alone. I was like, oh my
And
God.
then, go ahead, Teaya.
She's not going to.
Why? Come after me. Just come after me. Come after me, Katie. Because eventually, when this is all said and done, I want you to say it to my face. Because I will go up there.
She will.
I'll go and I'll say, "Hey, I heard you wanted to talk to me."
She'll just call the cops or the FBI, because she has contact with the FBI. So
yeah, that's what she'll say.
Allegedly, KJ, when she saw that recording, she said, "I didn't mean to make her cry." Okay, well, if you didn't mean to make her cry, why don't you take down all that crap that you posted and all that shit that you talked about her? I mean, if you actually have a teeny tiny little heart, like, why don't you just stop? I mean, like I said earlier on here, does she want somebody to, like, do something that can't be undone with themselves? I'm not saying that as a threat to KJ. I'm saying that, like, she needs to think about how these people are already at their low, their ultimate low. And she wants to call out Letitia for giving him up for adoption and all that stuff. Do you think she doesn't think about that, KJ? Like, I really hope you're watching this, because right now what you're doing is just being a complete bitch, and you're hurting so many people when they're already at their probably the lowest point they've ever been in their entire lives, multiple people, and you just keep going and going and going. And you're going to end up like losing a huge amount of subs, which you'll just buy back. I mean, let's be real. Like, you'll just go buy subs. But, you know, it's
Well,
like,
yeah, that I lost a lot of subs. I don't think I have. I keep going up. I would notice that people were unsubbing me, but no, I'm going up every day.
I think she's just projecting her own behavior. She's trying to take it off. You know, she's just trying to get everybody off of her back and onto the backs of other people. And it's not okay.
It's not
me, because I don't watch these videos that are made of me. People just use my name. You know it, Goose. They just use my name to get views. I mean, they do. And then after a while, people get bored of listening to the same old crap. Like, she thinks she's unveiling, you know, things that are new. Like, oh, look, I got a mugshot of her drunk in New Orleans. Who cares? Guess what? You know what? I'm not a pedophile. I don't kill animals. I've never killed a person. I never beat up a baby. I've never did a hit and run. I don't have any DUIs.
DUIs?
I don't.
No, I'm saying
everybody has a past, though. Everybody has a past. Everybody has something they've done in their life that they regret, including without a crystal ball. So for her to be walking around judging people, and I don't know who this Brittany person is, but that was in 2015.
Who's Brittany?
I think there was an admin for the Justice for Vaughn group.
It's the one that came on your channel that time that was originally helped her find the first attorney. Remember?
Yes, with the foot.
With the what?
Foot. The chick with the foot. She had a foot. She got
I don't know. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, I remember that now.
babies. She had 2 babies.
Yeah, she had just had surgery, and she was trying. I remember that now. But yeah, so she was the one that helped Letitia find the first attorney that was going to be way more money. Then she found somehow they found the other one. But yeah, KJ's just trying to use her past against her, and it's like, you know, if you want to put out all this stuff, KJ, and you want to make it seem like these people are still doing the same thing, maybe we should just all assume that you're driving around drunk all the time, high on Adderall. You know, I mean,
is that her thing? Being an Adderall, is that her thing?
She talks about how she takes Adderall and that it's okay to drink at night because my doctor said it's fine because it's worn off by then.
Well, I'll tell you, a happy person does not act like her. Just remember that.
No.
And I think I found out she's married. Oh my God, that poor guy. What is he like?
So you don't want to know.
Really? Is he nuts?
I don't know much about him.
I'll send you some music videos of his.
He's
like,
a musician?
like, what is it? Hello, Father? Or remember the one that AZ did?
I think somebody, sent me some stuff about him that I have to look over. But
oh my God,
with her, she just she needs to stop.
He's probably a miserable drunk, just like. And you want to know something? I heard she has a baby that has autism. You know what? A long time ago, a lot of moms that have autistic children or children with special needs, they get very, very ferocious because of that.
Oh, she's talked about it. She's literally said, and people in chat can like say they know or don't know, but she's literally talked about how like it was either Mother's Day or his birthday or something is like the saddest day of her life because of her son. It's really gross.
Why? Why would she say something like that? They need special, you know, they need more hugs. They need more encouragement. You know, that's it. You know
Well,
what?
she talks about her son has like a lot of medical problems, and my heart goes out to her. But that's doesn't mean that happy people don't go around just trying to make other people miserable. That's not how it works.
Nope.
Exactly.
I never got a kick out of it. It hurts me to hurt other people. Sometimes I got to tell you about yourself, and you might not like it. But I honestly don't know much about her. I don't. I
You're
mean,
better off.
I heard
Exactly.
it, but I'm waiting for this Tom Crisley guy to respond.
Oh,
Find out.
Todd Chrisley.
Oh, okay, Todd.
Todd Chrisley from Chrisley's Knows Best, the
Yeah.
show.
Yeah, I heard she's obsessed with him.
Yeah. And the Duggars.
Yeah, she's talked a lot of stuff about. That's why she's going to court.
He asked me to do a fundraiser for the Duggar's daughter that has 7 kids.
Does she have 7 kids?
Yeah, I think that's Anna Duggar, Josh Duggar's wife. They have
Oh.
what?
I was like, I didn't even respond. I'm like, dude, see, this is the problem. Because I'm, semi good at fundraisers and, for like legit funds, fundraisers like St. Jude and stuff. All of a sudden, my inbox, and you've seen it in Patreon, Goose.
Yeah, she gets all these emails saying, "Can you help me?" or "Can you help this girl?" or "Can you help this family?" or "They need this," or "They need that," and like 24/7, just tons and tons and tons of emails of people asking for money.
And it always starts out the same way. I love your channel. I've been watching. I don't comment much, but can you please drop this GoFundMe? And I'm like, no.
Yeah, because if you do it once, then you have to do it all the time.
I don't like GoFundMe. I don't even like dropping Vaughn's GoFundMe. I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't.
Yeah, you've had bad experiences with it, but when you get people that are just constantly asking for people to, drop Cash Apps or PayPals, once you do it for one person, like in that situation, like this situation is different, but like when it's just a stranger that comes up and says like, hey, and you don't know anything about them, it could be somebody who, has some brand new Escalade and living in a nice house, and that's just what they do is go around and scam people.
Right. You don't know who and could be asking you to do that and what their motive is.
I definitely believe that the money that we've been giving to the family, I know that whatever I've given she's doing it right, because just think, if she would have taken all that money out, she wouldn't have been able to give refunds.
Exactly. And that's what the boss trying to do. She's trying to get people to ask for refunds.
Yeah, Tiana, she is such a liar, saying that, oh, we had professionals digging in to the cash and they proved I was defrauded. No, if that were true, show us that they did that and they said that it was because this is how it goes. They would have taken it down.
Absolutely. And when she says, well, Letitia says she talked to me, or whatever. And Letitia never said that. She just said that she was contacted about KJ wanting to get her refund. And basically, like I said before, the way that works is like I've never had a GoFundMe, but I know people who have. And if there's an issue like that, they usually just reach out to the person and say, hey, this is what's going on. Do you want to just have us immediately like refund them, or do you want to try to fight it, or what? And so in this situation, it sounds like Letitia was just like, go ahead and refund it. Like, I don't want to have to deal with it or anything. It's not even worth my time to try to fight and keep the donation. And so, but it looks like in chat, somebody said that on KJ's live tonight that KJ's husband came down and said that Vaughn was asking about life expectancy. She had to end her live. She thought she had muted the sound, but evidently she hadn't. Like, that's really sad.
Asking what?
Her husband evidently came down and was telling KJ that Vaughn, her son, was asking about life expectancy. Like, was he asking about his life expectancy? I'm guessing that's what was asked. But oh, if you drop a link, oh, Heather she's one of the mods from the group.
Oh yeah, I think Heather's been up here before. I think she was up here the other day.
Do you need to get some sleep, Molly?
No. I'll sleep in bed.
Right?
I'll be on here for a couple more minutes. What time is it here? 3:39 already. 3:33.
What?
Are you on?
Hear them in the background. Hi, Heather.
Hi, ladies. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I feel like my brain's throbbing, but I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So, as far as today, when KJ tried to do whatever she did, like expose us somehow with the messages, those messages were from like so long ago, and it was in the very beginning when Molly was like, and I remember that live you were talking about, Molly, when you had that feeling. Once you had that feeling, you were done. You dropped the shit. You didn't start drama. You just moved forward. And she never did. To this day, she has never stopped. It kept going and going and going. And so Tony tried to be respectful with her and be like, can you please just stop? Like, this is respect for Letitia. Like, how can you get mad that we want to ask Letitia if it's okay to post certain things? That's called respect.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And the group was made for Letitia, wasn't it?
Exactly. But another thing I don't want people to think is there's this other narrative going around that Letitia is some like mastermind and we're her little minions and that we like do all this stuff for her. Like what? Like no, like how sad is it that nobody on social media can truly believe that random people can come together and build a community to help out a stranger?
Exactly.
Like it's really, really sad that it just has to be fake. Like they're profiting somehow. We've made no money. We've made nothing. We've given money. Like I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's what Justice for All. That we haven't spoken about her. Where to go? Oh, we haven't spoken about her on our channel in at least 10 days, and I haven't heard you guys speak of her anytime I've ever watched.
Justin's still up.
Yes, he said that if you're tired on his live tomorrow, he's going to kick your butt. He told me to pass that along to you.
Students telling me and pedicle.
But I'm happy that the other admin was able to show her side of the text messages too, because she did. She only put out certain ones. She didn't put out.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Heather.
Heather, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A woman about an hour ago just asked me for permission to put out messages because I'm in them.
Yeah, that was probably her.
Oh, so you guys know what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gave permission. I said I don't know what it is, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, because that was, Without a Crystal Ball kept mentioning your name, and she didn't want to put those out there if you didn't want them out there.
Yeah, if you go back in this live, you'll see like where she's like, but what about Molly? But what about Molly? But what about Molly? But what about Molly?
A lot.
Yeah, like
Oh.
every other like comment of hers was
I
what
can
about Molly?
I can answer that question. She's pissed off because I forgot to tell you when Nat had sent a bunch of pictures to her and said, "Please don't ever put these out. I'm trusting you." Now I got a whole bunch of pictures. I left a bunch out, and then I took the video where her husband, the father, was talking. She freaked on Wednesday.
Oh, because it had some of probably those same pictures, and so she was mad. I see. Yeah.
Yes, video. I think she was freaking out over that. It has. This isn't like a competition. I don't know why she thinks of it as a competition. I mean, if she's already got a niche channel talking about some weirdo reality family, like, why would she want to do such a switcheroo on the people that follow her? Especially since she's got 200. That's a lot of followers.
Right.
Okay, do either of you guys, are you familiar with Facebook at all?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, not just like using it, but as a platform, like for your career.
No.
Okay,
No, I
so
don't know.
so what a lot of people don't know right now is Facebook has a program, and once you hit 10,000 followers, you are now able to have certain opportunities to be monetized. Katie never knew this because she did not use this platform very much until this story because it started on Facebook.
Right.
So when she started in the story, um, she wasn't very familiar with it, and when she really started getting the heat, I think it was when she did her first live on Facebook. I don't know how long ago that was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the day she released the photos of Marvon Sr.,
Right.
like his arrest record. Okay. So when she went on that live, um, her little minions, when you go live on Facebook, they have what's called stars,
Yep.
which
And she
is
had to sign up for them.
Mm-hmm.
right, which she's already signed up for. And she realized that it's basically the same thing as a super chat on YouTube. And so
Not,
she figured,
but the stars are less. Like they're not as.
right,
Yeah. Yeah.
well, you can buy whatever you want for them, but they get a penny for each star.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah. So then after you get to that point, then Facebook gives you like tasks to do. So you have to get so much time for live videos. You have to have so much engagement, and
Oh.
the better, more money you make, and you go up. And so she's not to the point where she like Dre had already got to the point where from one like hour or 2 hour live stream, she could make thousands of dollars.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Damn, that's
so,
crazy. But that explains why
yeah.
she's doing so much stuff on
So
Facebook
much.
now.
And
Exactly.
that's why it's sad is because she's choosing to purposely hurt Letitia because she knows she's going to get the most attraction and she's going to get the most shit from it. So
God,
now
that's
it's blowing
disgusting.
up. And now all these people are going over, and she's even been on live where people were like saying crap to her, and she's like, keep on saying it. You're just giving me more engagement because
Yep. That's what she
once
wants.
once she hits this certain point, then she's gonna have ads available.
Yep.
Once ads become on her live videos, then she's really gonna be rolling in the bank. I mean,
Exactly.
there's some creators with not a lot of followers that make or can easily make 20K a month.
Yeah.
So, you know, I really feel like, yeah, she's throwing a fit because nobody likes her, but nobody's not liked her for a long time. But right now, she's loving this new stream of income. And I feel like if you notice, she just won't stop. It's
She won't
post
stop.
after post after
Yeah.
post.
Yeah.
And now she hasn't been on YouTube much.
She hasn't. And if you notice, she's using this, obviously, this story and dragging this family through the mud to get, obviously, her earnings on Facebook.
And did you
Yeah.
see the people that were commenting that were saying, because she said, because people brought up the Cash App that apparently the dad made, or for the girls that he's fighting for.
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes and says that it got shut down, and the father refunded everyone.
Yeah.
And so,
Sorry.
oh, it's okay.
I
Go
told
ahead.
him there's no way he's no. He was a classy guy.
Right.
Lines. He was a
Oh,
very
I don't think that should be forgotten about, and I hope people are not forgetting about that. That GoFundMe, I want to know. Okay, she says it's through the friend. How do you know that that's the friend? You said it's confirmed. Prove it to other people that it's confirmed. Since you want to call everybody else scam artists, let's talk about you.
Yeah, that's why I think that the only way that she could truly confirm it, because the father has wanted to stay private, is if it's maybe the wife. Do you think
his wife is watching? He told me.
Yeah, so I wonder if the wife is actually giving KJ information.
There's no way.
You don't think so?
There's no way. They're smart, and they are yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
Do you think the father even knows that, like, allegedly his best friend, quote unquote, by her, is giving KJ information?
I've not heard from him since the last conversation we had.
That's definitely something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah,
sure.
I can't, from what I've heard of the dad, I just can't see him being okay with somebody giving her information.
There's no.
Especially when she tried to flip it around. First she tried to push to, like, get money for him to fight for the girls, and then now she's like, oh, well, he only got $68, and he didn't really he doesn't really need the help anyways. It's like,
but did you see the comments?
No. Oh, are you talking about the comments of people saying, like, they thought it was fake, or what?
No, there were several people were like, what do you mean he got $60? I sent 75.
Right.
And then there was another person that said I sent 50. And it's like, so he made more than that? So she caught herself in a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, I wonder, because there was the Cash App thing, and then some people were saying, like, their donations weren't going through, and then didn't they start, like, a GoFundMe too? Wasn't there two things?
I don't remember a GoFundMe, or I don't know if it was a GoFundMe or a Cash App. I'm not sure, or if it was both.
I know there,
and I'm sure Llama Girl will too.
Yeah.
Because something's not right about that. And if she wants to call other people out, well, guess what? She needs to be called out about that too, because it doesn't make any sense.
You're doing a very good job.
So are you, Mom. You guys,
you're telling her about herself every night. It's hilarious.
I try to do it every other day.
I had no idea who this chick was. And the thing is she doesn't bother me. I'd rather her make video after video after video of me. Just leave them alone. They don't need this shit. I could take it. I've had for 4 years. You know how many crazy psycho bitches they come to my house. They're jealous of my dog. They're jealous of my husband. They're jealous of my kid. I mean, they're crazy. This one, she's a whole other level. But They're harmless, these chicks. All they are is ba 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 over the internet. You're not tough. You're not tough. Katie,
That's
you're
how, yeah, that's how I see KJ, because I guarantee if anybody ever like ran into her somewhere, she'd be like, "Oh my God, quick, call 911."
total Karen.
That's funny.
I'm going to bed. I love you guys.
Thank
Good
you.
night. Sleep well.
Night.
I hope
Well, okay.
whatever I told you helped.
It did help. It
Okay.
did help. I'm just glad you came up and you were able to.
Anytime you're welcome. Anytime to jump on up on ours.
Well, thank you so much, Molly.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you later.
Get some
Good
sleep.
I will.
She looks so tired.
I know, right? That's why I was like, "Are you sure you don't want to go to bed?"
Oops, my bad. That's me. I'm sorry.
Peekaboo.
My bad. But yeah, I'm glad that I don't want to say her name, but the admin was able to tell her side of the story, and I'm sure she has many more text messages. So if Without a Crystal Ball posts some, then she can post the truth. And I
Yep.
will tell the truth on my channel because she does not have any rights. But I see that you, Heather, you need to contact me because this GoFundMe needs to be talked about with the friend's dad or the dad's friend.
Right?
Why aren't people talking about this? That needs to be talked about
Because
because
if you watch what she does,
uh-huh,
like all throughout the day, she'll post some garbage and it will be like shocking. So all these people will get pissed off. She'll leave it open for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. So all these people will come rolling in, talking crap. She'll leave it up just for enough, and then all of a sudden she'll turn the comments off and
right,
only leave the ones that are her supporters, which I don't even know how she has supporters or followers. I don't get it. But yeah, that's what she does because nobody has a chance to bring it up or talk about it.
right.
So yeah.
Yeah. If you think I'm going to forget about this Without a Crystal Ball, I'm not, because at the end of the day, if you want to talk about other people, let's talk about you and that GoFundMe and talk about showing some proof that that GoFundMe was for the dad, because you really don't know now, do you? You don't. And if you do know, then you need to show some proof, just like you're asking other people to be transparent. How about you be transparent? How
Yeah,
about that?
it'd be interesting to see all these people that donated to this Cash App or whatever it was for the alleged father of the girls. If those people posted somewhere, I don't know where they could post because probably not many of the KJ followers are probably in here, but it'd be interesting to see whoever donated could like email a screenshot of their donation to that alleged Cash App. And if they got a refund, then, show both, show the payment and then show the refund. But if they didn't get a refund, it would be interesting to see exactly how much, because here's what else is weird. Didn't KJ say that she took the money from Letitia and she gave it to him?
Yep.
Yeah,
And that was like,
she did.
so I heard she first donated like $100 and then she donated like $500, but each one had like a tip or something. But then at one point I heard that she had donated like another 500. So at one point someone said it was like 1,100. So I don't know how much she
No.
actually donated, but
In total, it was $575 because it was 500 and then a $75 tip.
right. But I thought I thought there was at least a second one or a first one, because I thought somebody was at one point I heard somebody talking about how like, oh, look, she only donated $100. So that's why I thought it was 600
Maybe
plus a
I didn't
tip.
see that because she
But
posted a picture of her refund and it was the 575. So I don't know.
oh, okay.
But thank you so much, Lynette. I don't know if you're still in here, but I did not see that and I apologize. Thank you for your super sticker. It means so much to me, and I love you. Thank you. Okay, another thing. What if this is just me speculating? You know what KJ does: speculate, speculate, speculate. What if she created that GoFundMe to make it look like she was in contact with the father's friend, but she wasn't? What if it, what I'm saying is can you do that?
Yeah, anybody can make a Cash App.
Do you think that she maybe could have created a GoFundMe or a Cash App to make it look like it, you know, that it's
Oh
legit?
yeah.
Yeah.
Think about
And
it. She could do that even with even with Facebook messages and with text messages and everything. I mean, when Marissa blocked her, Molly, when she blocked her, she used another number to contact Marissa right away
right.
and was like, "What? Why are you mad at me?" or whatever she said. And so all you have to do is anybody knows you can Facebook message yourself, you can text yourself, and now they have all these other apps so you can text however, from whatever. I mean, she could literally be so vindictive that she could create a Google number and text herself like from Wynette's number and say like, "Oh, look, see, Wynette talked trash about Letitia." She could literally have made up all of that stuff. And we know that like there's been some sketchy stuff in the past. So I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't put it past her to try to have something like that as a narrative and then be like, oh, I didn't know that it wasn't really Wynette, or I didn't know that it was actually not Letitia. Like, come on.
Because do you guys remember when I was going over her talking about that Cash App? Do you guys remember? I'm like, how she was deflecting and how people were asking her questions and the way she was acting was odd to me. And I remember telling you guys something's not right about this.
The
Because
whole thing was weird. She was acting weird the whole time because, along with that Cash App, she posted how blah 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 she is working, helping with the dad's lawyer, and they need evidence. And so anybody with videos, please reach out to me. And
mhm,
so she was reached out to. Remember, I think I said this last time. She was reached out to saying, like, I need proof of this, proof of that, proof of that. And then, like, right away when I seen it after she just posted it, I said, because what people see now on Dre's page is like, you don't see anything like what we have. We have all access to all of her videos. And so I told her that before I really knew anything about her, and so now I would never try to help, but I wanted to help the father. So um, I told her that, and she read it, and she never responded. And then she finally responded, like, I don't know, like an hour later. And she's like, oh, right away I got enough evidence. All we really needed was the Mexico trip video, because his lawyer says, like, that's a slam dunk. Like,
Right. Yes.
the lawyer's not going to say that.
Right. I remember you saying that because I think that's when I said, yeah, well, I know from going through a custody case that more is better. More is always better because all
Right?
they have to do is come up with some reason why that's not true or whatever. And she was trying to say that she was trying to help her person or whatever it was with videos that didn't have any writing on it. So basically like real, like fresh TikToks, not like ones that have been redone, but ones by her or whatever. What I was
Mm-hmm.
going to say though, before I forget, is I'm going to put in private chat Tia's email so that
Mm-hmm.
you can email her
right.
so that
Okay.
And I want to
there's a
show you
way to
guys something
contact
too.
you.
Okay.
I don't know that much about technology, Amanda J. Well, my twin brother is a computer software engineer, but I personally don't know a whole lot. I just know the easy like ins and outs and stuff.
And I just don't believe a lawyer would tell some like third party like, "Oh, we have a slam dunk." Like, no, they're and honestly, they have the ability to get Dre's videos through Facebook. Like they can subpoena anybody to get records, you know? Like,
Yep.
I don't
And
know.
stuff.
Let me show you guys something real quick. Okay, so I think it's very important to bring awareness about this because nobody is sure what if it's even true or not. Let's put it that way. If this is a genuine cash app or not.
For donations, and I'm first off, I just want to say this, like there has been a lot
Yeah, you
of
should mute.
GoFundMes and Cash Apps and all of that saved and all of that shared in the story. And I don't want to say to you that you have to do anything. You don't have to donate anything to anyone. You don't have to feel like you're responsible for anyone. You don't have to do anything.
No shit, Sherlock. We know that we don't have to donate to this cash app, but the point is this real or not?
And if you don't want to donate, you just don't have to, and you just can say no. If you want to donate, you can. And my subscriber Cash App is Bella, and I'll show it to you. We have been working so
Wait,
it says, "Dear Katie, the Ratless."
Did she just say my
softest, most?
She did. She said my, and then she stopped herself.
Wait, what? I missed that.
She said my, and then she stopped herself and said their cash app. Is that what you're talking about, Heather?
Yeah, I swore she said my cash app is.
Yep, watch. Let me mute.
Luxurious and affordable sheets you will find on.
I help them and to in the story, and I don't want to say to you that you have to do anything. You don't have to donate anything to anyone. You don't have to feel like you're responsible for anyone. You don't have to do anything. No shit, Sherlock. We know that we don't have to donate to this cash app, but the point is this real or not? And if you don't want to donate, you just don't have to, and you just can say no. If you want to donate, you can. And my subscriber Cash App is my subscriber Cash App.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, that was weird. It was like she was like my Cash App.
Do you want to know what she did? She edited.
Oh.
She went back and edited this, allegedly, in my opinion. She edited this. You know, you can go back and edit your live. She went back and edited this, okay? And then there's only so much you can do, you know what I'm saying, when you're tongue-tied. So it kind of, her words clashed, but she did say my, and I think she said Cash App, but she edited it out. That's my opinion.
Will you play it again?
Yeah, I'm going to play it again. Hold on, let me mute. I always forget to mute.
Especially giving this, given the situation. Cash App, but the point is Cash App, but the point is this real or not? And if you don't want to donate, you just don't have to, and you just can say no. If you want to donate, you can. And my subscriber Cash App is Bella, and I'll show it to you. We have been working so it says, "Dear Katie, the Ratless."
Thank you, Jill B. Thanks for bringing justice for Vaughn more and more to the forefront. I do not like GFM because of their cut. So I e-transferred Miss Letitia's money 4 times over 5 days at in USD 300. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Jill. And also thank you so much, D Hunter. That means a lot to me. Thank you for the super sticker, and thank you, Jill. Thank you guys for your support. Okay. Let me do this again. Just wait a minute.
That's so crazy.
In the story, and I don't want to say to you that you have to do anything. You don't have to donate anything to anyone. You don't have to feel like you're responsible for anyone. You don't have to do anything.
No shit, Sherlock. We know that we don't have to donate to this Cash App, but the point is this real or not?
And if you don't want to donate, you just don't have to, and you just can say no. If you want to donate, you can. And my subscriber Cash App is
What the? Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, that was super weird. It's like she tried to like record over her saying my Cash App. She tried to put in there like subscribers, but
right.
then still like Cash App. And she was like, oh shit.
You can tell she got tongue-tied when you looked at her, right?
Yeah.
All right, one more time, and then
in the story. And I don't want to say to you that you have to do anything. You don't have to donate anything.
One of the most beloved stage and film musicals, The Sound of Music live in concert.
To anyone. You don't have to feel like you're responsible for anyone. You don't have to do anything.
No shit, Sherlock. We know that we don't have to donate to this Cash App, but the point is this real or not?
And if you don't want to donate, you just don't have to, and you just can say no. If you want to donate, you can. And my subscriber Cash App is Bella, and I'll show it to you. We have been working so it says, "Dear Katie, the Ratlet." I helped them and to
this live is edited. You can tell.
Oh yeah, because it's so choppy and it makes no sense. My subscriber Cash App?
Exactly. Yeah. Don't sleep on this, you guys, because she doesn't get to call people out on them, Miss Letitia and whatever. She doesn't get to do that without her being called out for this. And subscribe, her lips ain't moving. Exactly. When she says subscriber, her lips aren't moving.
It's funny too, because we know how much she likes to edit, giving like, you know, when she did the post for Letitia and the post for Vaughn, and just, whether one of them was like 8 times, the other one was like 9 times. I mean, she's like queen of editing and queen of dirty deleting.
And Llama Girl has this video too. So make sure you guys are following Llama Girl on Twitter. I will put Llama Girl. You can put your link in there. You're a mod, because something's not right about this. I don't like this at all. She sounds like that whole thing sounds heavily edited, in my opinion. I don't know what you guys think about it, but if editing Cash App so people won't report it, allegedly. Wow, that's crazy. I'm glad that we caught that.
Are you able to pull something up on Facebook real quick?
Yeah.
Because this is something, another thing our our group has been dealing with, and pretty sure it's her again.
Okay. So go to her Facebook, you mean?
No, not her Facebook. So the name is gonna be Miss, just MS. Cartman Crane.
Oh yeah, I'm following her.
Oh, so you've seen all her posts and everything?
I wondered about that myself.
What, Goose?
This channel, I mean, this Facebook page. Because even like the way, when you pull it up, look at the posts and look at how the person writes.
Mm-hmm.
And the only
Why?
thing.
What are you guys thinking?
That it might be her.
What?
If it's the same one I'm thinking of.
This one?
Yeah. Look, right there, she's calling out Vaughn's sister.
Where?
See right there, the first post is Rochelle. She's talking about Rochelle.
Oh. Okay. Here is LB. This. Oh.
She's talking crap about Miss Letitia again. And nobody would do this. Like, what has this woman done to deserve this? I don't. It only is coming from her. Like,
she is. Oh.
Look at what she's posted, and then also look at the way the writing is. So when KJ posts stuff, she like, and I know a lot of people do this, but she's like, the way that she writes stuff, she literally makes like these like little paragraphs for each little thing, and it's almost identical to how she writes. The only thing that I had noticed at one point was that there weren't as many edits, but if she's just taking a bunch of stuff that she's already put out or ideas, she wouldn't have to do all the edits. Plus, if she's watching people talk about how she's editing, 7, 8, 9 times, she's going to make sure if she's trying to create a fake thing or her husband's doing it, that they don't do the same thing on this channel.
right.
Or on this page.
And look, she's showing those messages between her and Letitia. Like, that's so heartbreaking. Like,
what the fuck? I requested a refund of $500 I sent you on July 6, 2020, and you have refused to respond to my request. Please know that I reported you to Cash App. Ma'am, if you donate to me,
text to Letitia.
Ma'am, if you donated to me, what was it for? I did donate to you $500. It was justice for Vaughn. I plan to file. Okay. The Just for Vaughn was for the lawyer. Ma'am, you don't. This is just, that is so wrong.
Isn't it heartbreaking?
Plus, what if it's actually, so we have to keep in mind that given the fact that we're dealing with the devil, that some of this stuff could be fake too. Like, we haven't, like, I was just thinking of this, and I'm talking out loud while I think about it, but some of this stuff could be fake as well. You know what I mean? Because all you really have to do is change your name in Facebook Messenger, message yourself, and then you can, or like, have a second account to make it even easier, message them and go back and forth, change the picture, change the name. And then next thing you know, boom, look, I have a message that makes it look like I'm messaging Tom, Dick, or Harry, it's like, and then, how KJ always shows, like, I was harassed. Look at this. This only happens when Molly's live or Justin's live or Elle is live, whatever freak she wants to say at that time. But I honestly think that a lot of the time it's her creating her own little stock accounts, typing to herself because she's trying to, you know, get people to be like, oh, poor KJ. KJ's just getting treated badly. Wah. When in reality, she's the one who's like literally started all this. If you go back, she wants to say like, oh, Marissa started it and did this. Anybody with a brain can go back and see it was literally one video that said, I can't confirm. She didn't call out KJ and say she was a liar or anything like that. She was literally just saying like, this is from me and me only. I'm, you know, that I'm just going to put out information that I know of and I can't confirm what somebody else says. But KJ in her mind is going, oh, how dare you? And so then it was like, you know, the floodgates were released and she just decided to go on this crazy tyrant.
Right.
And she's so delusional that she literally thinks like we're some like Molly cult and like honor only Molly and like it's all about Molly. And it's like, dude, like, no, we were warned from the very beginning about you.
Yep.
Like, we
You
got
guys were
so many
blocking people
messages.
who were saying stuff. Like, you guys were blocking people. I know that because I seen it for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that talks about her in the beginning.
El Renee in chat said that evidently that message is from a KJ sub. She was in her comments today. People are following her lead to request a refund. Well, you know what? I hope KJ is listening and some of her subs, because I'll tell you what happens when you do that and people hear about it, then more people step up and more people donate to Letitia. So if people want to get their money back, that's fine. But she's probably going to end up with double the money because more people are going to feel bad. And instead of sending $10, they'll send $20. Or if they've already sent, you know, $100, they'll send another 50 or whatever. So you can think that that's going to do damage, but negativity never wins. So keep trying and it's just going to come around and just, I'll just say that.
All I'm saying is that I'm not going to stop calling her out. But I will tell you what, right now, that Cash App, something's not right. That's just my opinion. And that's it. I'm just saying something's not right about it, allegedly, in my opinion. Like,
Do you have a picture of it?
Do I have a picture of what?
The Cash App?
Well, it was just not a picture.
Still on her page?
Yeah, it's still on there. Mm-hmm. It's still on there.
Are you talking about the little what is it called? You know, like the brick thing or whatever? I can't remember what they call it.
Yeah, and it said like
it's on mine too.
It said like Bella and Oasis or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I can always make a call to see if it's active.
Or maybe one day the father will tell the truth and say she wasn't talking to any of my friends.
Yeah, Tia, after the live, call me.
Okay. She could say that. But I really do. I'm talking about Without a Crystal Ball and the Cash App that she promoted, which was the father's friend for the family. I can give you a link, but you can stay up here for only a couple minutes. Is it Hollier Girl? Hollier Girl? Because, yes, you can come up here for a minute, but I'm going to end this in about 5 minutes because it's 4:16 here. So I'll drop the link.
Be careful.
You guys are East Coast. I'm West Coast.
Me too. Be careful. Just from here on out, if you pull people up on panel. Yeah, I don't know. I just was getting a weird feeling.
No. I always make sure that they show their face first. Not with Heather because I knew that was her. But most of the time you have to, oops, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Most of the time you have to show your face because, no, I don't trust people either. But I'm pretty sure Llama Girl knows her because she just texted me. But I'm not sure. But yeah, I like you coming up here with us, Heather. You really do have great input. I think that you notice a lot of the things that I really wouldn't have noticed. No, she doesn't know her. If you come up here, Holly or girl, make sure that you show your face. Because if you don't show your face, I'm not going to let you up on panel. Just letting you know.
Somebody just brought up a good point in chat. They just said, what if the Cash App was not for the father, but it was actually for Dre?
Wow.
And Dre was playing KJ.
I never thought of that.
Because if you think about the stuff that came from KJ, remember she said at one point, well, I got from the source that Dre allegedly told her ex how she had called the police and the FBI, and then he said that he was getting harassed too or something. And I was thinking to myself, well, nobody put out his name until KJ did in a post, and then she took it down, but she like literally put his first and last, she's put out his first and last name and said what he does for a job. So it's like, if he, I can't see people harassing the father. Like, there's been nothing negative or even like anybody trying to put out negative stuff like KJ's done with Letitia and the rest of them. But I don't know. That was kind of an interesting thought.
And she's very trying to be sly about it, but you can totally tell she's defending Dre now. And it happened really, really quickly.
Show your face, sweetie. Go ahead. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, you can just tell by the writing in her posts, it's totally changed now. And one thing I also noticed that I asked the other girls, in one of her posts where she's again calling out Letitia, she gave the full entire name of Marvon's grandparents. And I know because I mean, there's a small chance I'm wrong, but you know, for weeks I've been dissecting her videos. Like, I've been so invested in this. So I have never ever heard Vaughn or her say their entire names. And Katie wrote their entire names in the post. And it's just like,
right.
Letitia has already addressed exactly what happened. You know, we know what happened. Everyone has a past. It's already been talked about. And Katie was going with it. And now she acts like she's telling some new secret. Like, well, Letitia was never there. Now she's saying exactly what Dre was saying. She's following Dre's narrative now. Which is completely different than what happened. Yeah, he did go to his grandma's. But when he was still little, he went back with Letitia.
Yeah.
You know?
And 10 days prior to, or 10 to 14 days prior to all this happening, he was ecstatic. So you want to go back and talk about a video that was from like a year or two ago?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny how much KJ wants to live in the past. It's almost like she doesn't want people to live in the now and you know, hold her accountable for her crappy behavior. And unfortunately with her, she's just had shitty behavior like from the start. But you know, it's like,
welcome, Holly girl. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. First of all, I want to say that I really appreciate you doing this because it's about time someone done it. But one question, didn't Katie Joy say that she never spoke to Letitia about getting her money back? And the only reason I came up instead of messages or chat is because I didn't know if it would be seen or not. But if that's so, those last texts that you showed, if those are real, isn't that say, did she just lie blatantly? Because then she did message Letitia.
That's
about
actually
getting the money back.
Well, that's supposedly another person, because I was thinking the same thing.
Okay.
That's supposedly a subscriber of hers who also requested their money back. But it is kind of ironic how it's the same amount.
It is.
Gotcha. Well,
Yeah.
that's all I had to say. And then the Cartman deal, I don't now. She may be like, I've noticed something about Katie Joy. She's in everybody that's against Molly. She goes in their groups and does that crap. Now I do know Cartman is not any of them is not Katie Joy. I do know that, but I do
Mhm.
know that she goes into different groups and spews stuff.
Yeah,
But
that's what I
anyway,
was
that's
gonna
all.
tell you guys is that the Cartmans, they're a lot of people already know about them. They're notorious. They're like a family. Um, that's where that name come from, and they basically expose people or whatever, like not like this, but like it's completely different. But I talked to them and I said, because I really think it's Katie. And they said that they don't associate with that person. They don't claim what she says. They're not part of her family. So we really don't know who it is.
So basically, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that like the people who usually do this, they're not saying that's their page.
Correct.
Oh wow. Wow. Okay, I got you now.
It is weird,
Okay.
the selective posts. You know what I mean? Like, I think there was maybe one thing of hers, but maybe that was like an ad or something on the left side of the page. But then like all the other stuff was, LB, and I mean, it was just weird. It was like Letitia and Rochelle and LB, and if this person was oh, we're all against like negative stuff, there'd be stuff about KJ on there, a bunch of it.
Which SS's, EKC? Which SS's are you talking about? The ones that I just showed, the screenshots that I just showed, between the mod.
Okay, ladies, I'm gonna hop off, but thank you guys for
Thank you for
everything
coming up,
and for
sweetheart.
everything you're doing. I just wanted to tell. I didn't know if that was her messages. I was a little confused, but thank you
Yeah.
guys so much.
Thank you for coming up. You have a beautiful day. Oh, yeah, the SS's that I showed. Which screenshots did I show you guys?
Maybe the ones you just showed, like the text between Letitia and that person getting her money
yeah,
back.
those are from. No, it didn't say. It didn't say. Let me look again.
Yeah. If that said the 8th, that's the day I think that she started covering the story. Or no, you started on the 8th, I think. And then KJ started on the 7th, and Marissa started on the 6th.
God, it's been that long.
Yeah. Goose is really good with dates. I'm not. Okay. Where those things go? Oh, okay. Because we all know how she's
And
good
have
at.
you recently taken a look at her page?
No. Well,
It's
earlier.
disgusting. Like, it'll break your heart.
I don't see any dates on here.
And I think she did
Okay, right here. July 8th. Right here. July 8th?
Wait a second. So hold on. Is that the first one, or can you go back a little ways? What is that? Oh, wait. Go back one more. What does that say? What is that date?
8th. July 8th.
Okay. So it's all July 8th?
Yeah. There's only 3. And they're all July 8th.
Hold on. I'm going to screenshot this. Just one second.
Wasn't
Okay.
the refund thing going on way after that?
Yeah. So can you go to the can you go to the next one? Okay, and then is that the last one, or is there one? Okay, hold on. So is there just 3?
One,
Oh, wait.
maybe there's just 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait.
that's
There's just 2?
yeah, just 2.
Okay. So that's really weird then, because
What the hell?
I don't think anybody was trying to get hold on one second.
Oh my god, none of this stuff makes sense for real. Like,
I was asking you that because if you look really quick, I think she just did a live on her page.
it might have been earlier. Hold on, let me look.
I'm 99% sure that your first video was July 8th.
Yeah, I think it was. Because I started a couple days after Molly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So July 8th was the beginning of this case.
Yep. And I will find out what day that they even talked to Letitia, because I don't even know if anybody had talked to Letitia by the 8th. And so this person is claiming that they were asking for their refund on the 8th.
Mm-hmm. But I don't even think, was Katie even there yet? I don't know.
She started covering the case, I think, a day before me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she was the 7th, because I checked on this once before because somebody had asked about like when things were started. And so I'm pretty sure that Marissa and Justin had started, or at least Marissa had started on the 6th, KJ the 7th, you the 8th, and then but if I recall correctly, Letitia didn't even come on panel until actually, can you find the messages that KJ posted that are allegedly between her and Letitia about the
Oh yeah, I think she still has it on there. The
How
GoFundMe
far
thing.
is it?
keep going. Keep going. Keep going. It's going to be a screenshot of text messages. Okay. Okay, keep going. That's the okay, wait, hold on. Is that just the ones from the admin?
Yeah.
Okay, so keep going.
She has so much freaking stuff on here, man.
Yeah. So it's not that one. That's where people were calling her out for the fake, like, for the Cash App being fake. And then that's not it. Okay, keep going. That was just like trying to choose. Okay, that might be it. Oh no, that's from Ynet. Okay, so keep going.
Well, she said she never talked to
Hold on.
Letitia.
What day is that?
I don't see a date on here.
Just the time?
July 9th. Saturday, July 9th. That's what this one says.
So that's when they were still talking. So that's you want to look for the one with Letitia. So yeah, keep scrolling.
Yeah, I would assume that would be really far into her.
I think it's I don't think it's not that much further down because
This
okay,
one,
that's the police report. So keep scrolling. Okay. Maybe she took him off. It kind of seems like she might have taken it off. Because I don't even see the does she still have the stuff up? It doesn't even look like she has the stuff up about Marvon.
really?
Did anybody else see it as we were scrolling? I didn't think we did. Wait, what's that?
And she also
go down a little.
Yesterday she still had the GoFundMe, but it was way, way, way down.
What is that right there?
It says it's a fake account.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it doesn't look like, because she doesn't have at least as you were scrolling, there wasn't the post for.
Yeah.
Wait, that's it right there.
Where?
Scroll up one. Okay, so that is there. So it's going to be.
Yeah.
So keep going down. Then it's right. Keep going down. It's going to be right after that where the messages are from Letitia, because that's one of the first things she puts out are the messages from Letitia.
Wait a minute. Farther down?
Yep. Because she put out the text with Letitia, I believe, before she put out the messages, before she put out the stuff of Marvon.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Gosh, even looking at
That's
her
a lot of
timeline is
stuff.
annoying.
Like,
okay. Oh no, that's something else. Wait, yeah, that's something else.
There's the GoFundMe. You just passed the GoFundMe.
why is she putting like, it's like obsessive at this point. This is crazy.
She won't let go, and she's already said, "I'm done with the case."
Yeah.
Okay. So scroll down a little. Is that when she makes a donation, or is that when for those
posting her Cash App?
Okay, yeah. So for those that are okay, so scroll up just a little. For those that are interested, wait, not that far. Right above that, right, it says for those that are interested in helping Vaughn's mom. Okay, and that was on July 14th. Right. So we're supposed to believe that this other person asked for a refund on the 8th.
Right.
So she took off the picture of her original donation?
It was probably before that, but I'll find it and screenshot it.
Because these are all her talking about Dre. Yeah, I don't know where they would be, you guys. There's too much stuff on here.
It's almost like she took it off.
Doesn't her husband stay home and help her with YouTube?
I think so. Yeah.
I didn't know if you guys knew that.
Hey, check out Check out the SS she posted between her and Lynette too. There's another date problem. Really? The one. What's the problem with that date though?
The 8th?
That this is crazy. Like she
The 8th is weird because I don't even know if Letitia had a GoFundMe set. Oh, wait, somebody could just go to the GoFundMe page. Since you're part of the group, couldn't you click on the GoFundMe and see when it was created?
Who, Heather?
Yeah.
Was that for GoFundMe or Cash App?
It was for Cash App, but we would still be able to tell some, like, kind of where the date was because the
Okay, give me a second.
or even in the group, I think the Cash App was posted somewhere.
Yeah, the date for Juanette is July 9th, July 10th, July 8th.
So evidently under her live from tonight, there's somebody in the comments that was requesting a refund. It would be, well, I'll tell you after the live. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Somebody was just saying, like, when she donated to Letitia, wonder what the date was. But see, here's what's weird. So KJ did a video, and then like her first video, I think, was on her own. So I'll go and look and see what the when they were all on panel together on KJ's channel, because I know that the first like few days or whatever, at least, I'm pretty sure that they hadn't even been in contact with Letitia yet.
Yeah. Good thing that wasn't a bad picture.
I'm trying to see when it was first posted in the group.
Both are SS of the text thread between Juanette and KJ. Why does one SS show July 9th, but the other shows July 8th, then goes to July 10th? Why is the 9th missing there? That's true. I did notice that too. There are a lot of things that are wrong with a lot of her text messages. She crops, she edits, and I think even with those text messages between Lynette, I think she showed some and didn't show another. You know what I mean? Like she left out certain ones.
Yeah, it's gotta fit her narrative.
Yeah. And that's what she's been doing. She's been cropping, even with the recent YouTube video that she just did. I wish I could commentate on that, but I'm not. I have to, like Facebook, that's different because it's not on this platform. But with YouTube, I have to figure out how long are you allowed to play the video, when you commentate, so that way I'll have it down packed before because if I don't, she'll strike me. You know what I mean? And I don't have any strikes on my channel, and I'm not trying to get any.
How do you get them?
Because you can't just take someone's content. There's a way that you have to do it to where, especially there's a way that you have to commentate on it. So I think the videos are allowed to play for maybe 30 seconds or maybe 40, and then you have to commentate every 30 seconds. I can't even remember. Everything I use obviously is under fair use. This is a commentary channel. However, when you are commentating on a live stream or a video or whatever, you have to be careful because you can't just use somebody's content without commentating. So I have to figure out how you can do that, because if I knew how, I would commentate on the video for sure. But
will you drop your email in chat? So then if anybody finds anything, they can email it to you. I just can't drop
yes.
it right now.
Or yes, I can also use Llama Girl's clips too. Because I think her clips are very short. So I will do that as well.
Like I'm scrolling through and seeing people like posting pictures of the GoFundMe, but I don't have the link.
At one point it was like at the top of the group there were ones that were kind of like pinned.
Yeah. Brain fart.
Huh. I can show you. You speed her voice. Please show me. Yes. Put edit a graphic of some sort in her video. Pause it every 30 seconds. Oh, okay. Thank you. Definitely get my information off Goose, because I don't know how to speed her voice and edit the graphic. I don't know how to do that. So I'm not good at that kind of stuff. Are you guys members of the subreddit Discord? If not, I suggest consider joining. It's a huge help. I definitely will. Goose, did y'all show the picture of the cop that's been used over and over that I sent to you? The picture? I don't know. Have to see. All of the information that is sent is not going to be able to be in, all of that information cannot just be in one video. Has to be spread out, because when you're getting so much information, and now I know how, and I'm not even getting half the stuff that they're getting, Molly and Justice for All, when you're getting all the information, it's hard to keep track of it. So you have to just kind of go off memory and go back as you need to. Just Twitter, but I post.
So I actually originally posted it on June 30th.
You posted what?
The GoFundMe.
Oh, okay.
And then
what day?
Set up a GoFundMe on her fake account to get money under false pretenses. Is this a concern? This is out of my abilities. It's not a concern. I definitely think that the GoFundMe, something suspicious about it to me, allegedly, in my opinion, because the father doesn't want any money. Like, they don't want anything to do with anything. And she's alleged that she's talking to the father's friend. But I want to see proof that this is the father's friend, because she set up that GoFundMe, and as quick as it went up, it went down. And that's just weird to me. Right. 500 emails, exactly. So I want to know if there was any kind of false on that GoFundMe. Like, it doesn't add up to me.
It's
it doesn't
fraud. It would be fraud.
And if you want to call out Letitia and call out the things that she's doing, okay, well, then we're going to call out this, because nobody's talking about that GoFundMe. I don't care if it's taken down. I don't care if people got refunds. At the end of the day, it still may have been under false pretenses, in my opinion. So I haven't been on since Thursday. Goose asked me to send it to you. Okay, I will definitely look for it, Annette. But I don't know who Goose is. What's her name? I don't recognize the name Goose, but I've been out of the loop for a long time.
I'm Goose.
Yes, this is Goose right here, up on top with me, right next to me, and down here is Heather. That's probably why she is calling it out. She deflects. Exactly. Something's not right, and it wasn't right even when she was promoting it on her channel. And that's just my opinion. But I'm going to wrap it up, you guys. It is late. It's almost 5 o'clock here, and we've been on here for a long time. I will probably be back on here tomorrow, though. Well, I'm glad you found me.
I'm
I
gonna
will.
hop down to you.
Okay, thank you guys both for coming up. I appreciate you both. And Heather, like I said, your input is great and you can come up anytime.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, guys.
You
You
guys
too.
too. Thank you. Bye bye. All right, you guys. Obviously, we can talk about this all night, right? Um, I think it's very important. It's kind of cool how we're kind of all working together because something is definitely not right with that GoFundMe, but that's just my opinion. You can't call one person out but not call the other. And I think the whole gist of this live is to just say that Without a Crystal Ball is relentlessly attacking this family. This family does not deserve this at all. She got her money back. It's time to move on. Move on. I don't care. I would prefer her not talking about this case, but we can't tell anybody what to do, right? So if you're going to continue to still talk about this case, just leave the family alone. You know, just leave them alone. They're going through enough right now, and no one can understand what this family is going through if you've never went through that. And I hope and pray nobody ever has to go through what this family is going through right now. This is a very sensitive case, and to me it takes a very sensitive person to talk about it. And in my opinion, Without a Crystal Ball is not that person. I think a lot of things in this live stream today was very much revealed, especially why Without a Crystal Ball is on Facebook so much. It's funny how she's on Facebook so much, and at the end of the day, we don't know. Like, literally, she could be doing this all purposely, in my opinion. Like, she could literally be talking about all of these things purposely because it brings more traffic to her Facebook. I've been sitting here wondering, thank you, Justice for All, for being here. Thank you guys all for being here. I have been sitting here wondering why she's been on her Facebook so much. And I think it has been revealed why she's been on her Facebook so much. And she's trying to build her Facebook, maybe like Dre, who knows? But I will continue to call out the hypocrisies that Without a Crystal Ball continues to do over and over and over again. But I think we revealed a lot today in this live, and I think we revealed that she definitely is up to no good, obviously, and she's gone Facebook because she can earn money. Heather revealed that. She did a good job with that. She revealed very clearly that she's posting a lot. There's so many things that you have to do. Heather should know because she's an admin to a big group that has grown very fast. So I think that's what Without a Crystal Ball is trying to do. I think a lot of the things that she's doing is for attention. You're using this family for your own personal gain. You are attacking this family for your own personal gain, in my opinion. And as long as you continue to keep hurting this family, not only myself, but other creators are going to continue to call you out because you just can't do stuff like this. This family is going through enough. Just leave them alone. Anybody has any information, you can always send it to me through email. You can send it through Messenger, IG. All of my info is in my About section on YouTube. Thank you, D Hunter. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Love you. Thank you so much. And you guys, thank you again for being so supportive. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being patient with me while I'm trying to find stuff and just trying to do the best I can to bring as much awareness as possible because this is absolutely ridiculous. I do want to thank Molly for shouting out my channel. I genuinely appreciate it. And Justice for All for coming in as well. Thank you to my amazing mods, Sparkle, Goose, and Llama Girl. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you to each and every one of you. You guys could be anywhere. Time is precious. Your time is precious. You could be anywhere, but you chose to spend a little bit of time with me, and I appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great night / day / afternoon, and be kind to one another, and remember how beautiful and handsome, whatever you are. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Don't forget to subscribe before you leave if you haven't already. Press the thumbs up button or thumbs down, whatever. It's all interaction, baby. I love you guys so much. Deuces. Love y'all. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are amazing. Bye.